All right, what is going on, everyone? Conservative Video Dipper here. If you got a dip, pack a lip. We are going to be listening to the deposition of Secretary of Hillary Clinton. Now, this is going to be very long, and I do apologize. We are going to react to it because it is important that we continue to follow the story of the Epstein stuff, and especially now being that the Clintons have finally now are given their deposition, and they're following the court order to finally come in after they are being told either you come in or you be charged with attempt of court. So Bill and Hillary both have come in. Today we are going to listen to Hillary. Possibly tomorrow we will probably listen to Bill if we can get through Hillary's today. It is going to be very long and drawn out, and I do apologize again for that. So let's get into it. But first, before we do, please don't forget to hit the like, share, comment, and subscribe button. It does help the channel. Also, because, yes, we know that there is a thing going on with Iran. We're not trying to not just draw our attention away from that. Yes, we are going to also pay attention to that as well. But this is something that the Oversight Committee, GOP, posted 1 day ago. And this kind of really hot off the press one day. And I really want to just share it with you guys. And so I'm going to drop the link down below so that you guys are able to watch it without my commentary. I'm going to talk to you guys about like what I see in Hillary's body reaction, her facial reaction. So if you guys, again, don't want to see or hear my commentation, then go ahead and click off of this and go watch it yourself. But for right now, let's get rolling right into it.
We'll go on the record. Witnesses Counsel has something she would like to state before we get started today.
First of all, good morning and thank you. I just wanted to state for the record that we had requested that there be amplification so that the witness both could hear.
Right out of the gate,
the different members who are here.
I can see her facial reaction showing she does not want to be there. She looks very agitated, very, not just agitated, but probably maybe supposedly a little bit nervous. And just really frustrated. Maybe a little bit of anger that she's trying to hold back, which, of course, we all know why she's holding it back, because she can't show it, because she's in front of the Oversight Committee. She has to play nice. She has to smile and wave and play nice.
And certainly you all, as you all are asking questions, but also so that the witness herself could hear. In a construct where you all now have videotape, it seems as though being able to provide that amplification to ensure we're heard would be relevant and important. We recognize that there was concern, at least initially expressed to us, that the court reporters might not be able to conduct their duties efficiently. They indicated that they could do so that was not actually an issue. And I think in the end, what we wanted to ensure is that there's clear amplification, not only of our own witness, but of all of the members who have traveled so far, to be able to ensure.
Basically, this is just the boring stuff. And if you guys really want to get to the juicy part where she does actually have a speech, and she does kind of rattle off at one point, blaming Trump and whatnot. We'll get there at some point where she does all of that. But this is just kind of the boring little introductions and the formality and the legalities. Formalities, legalities, kind of stuff. So if you want to get to the good stuff, go ahead and skip again ahead if you want. And cheers, by the way. But like I said, Hillary does not look happy at all. She looks very displeased. Her attitude shows a lot of displeasement here.
That everyone could be heard and that clear answers are given to questions.
And then I want to again state for the record, the microphones provided by the Clintons became an issue for the audio recording. So we want crystal clear audio and visuals of today's proceedings. So the microphones were removed. We'll take into account tomorrow. And I know many of us are hard hearing, so we want to make sure that everyone speaks loudly and all the questions are clearly understood. We'll do everything we can to accommodate that.
Thank you so much. We appreciate that.
Nothing further. We'll begin. Good morning. This is a deposition of former Secretary of State Hillary R. Clinton conducted by the House Committee on Oversight.
Now the R stands for rotting, or not rotten, but rotting or rotta. I forgot what the R. I can't pronounce the R part very correctly in the middle name, but she's got her hand kind of like this on the table. She's kind of bobbing her head a little bit. She's obviously not showing just signs of not wanting to be there, but maybe a little bit of nervousness, anxiety, definitely probably anxiety, which I'm sure that does cause anxiety for her to have to be there because she's having to be in front of the oversight committee, which is a big deal. And it's something that normally when you are in front of, you know, that is not something that you're not there for no reason. You're there for a particular reason. So that's obviously got her a little jittered. And I'm watching as I'm observing her motions and her language and body and her facial expressions. It's all there that this is exactly what I kind of figured would probably be expected from her, because this is what happens when you have to step up to the plate, when you allegedly try to run from the court, when they try to subpoena you and you don't show up, and then they tell you, well, you either show up or you're going to be charged with contempt of court. And now they have to show up. And now she's probably also pissed because she had to show up. And now she's nervous and agitated, and all of her emotions all in one are starting to kind of show more and more. And as we go through the video, we're gonna, start exploring more of those emotions going through.
And government reform under the authority granted to it pursuant to House Rule 10. Accordingly, House Rule 10 grants the committee broad jurisdiction for the committee to conduct investigations of any matter at any time. On July 23rd, 2025, the Subcommittee on Federal Law Enforcement of the Committee on Oversight and Government Reform voted by voice to approve a motion directing the chairman to authorize and issue a subpoena to you for a deposition. On August 5th,
she's doing a lot of paper moving, which kind of makes me wonder why is she moving papers and doing a lot of movement? What is this telling me? This tells me allegedly she's either trying to prepare for something, or she's nervous, or something's going on. So keep that in mind.
2025, Chairman Comer issued a subpoena for Secretary Clinton.
That doesn't mean that that's sign of alleged guilt. That's just shows signs that there is emotion. She's not emotionless, but she is showing emotions.
To appear today for a deposition in furtherance of the committee's investigation into the actions and investigations of Mr. Jeffrey Epstein and Ms. Ghislaine Maxwell. I will enter the original subpoena and corresponding cover letter from August 5, 2025, as well as the additional subpoena from December 15, 2025, determining a new date as Exhibit 1.
Excuse me, counsel. For the record, I want to put in one sentence from the cover letter to the subpoena, and that's the chairman's own definition of the scope of this investigation. He wrote, and I quote, "It's to conduct oversight of the federal government's enforcement of sex trafficking laws generally, and specifically its handling of the investigation and prosecution of Mr. Epstein and Ms. Maxwell." Thank you.
Now keep in mind, remember that name, Miss Maxwell, because I think we've all heard of that name. That name's popped up quite a few times in this case. And that name's going to pop up again when she gets questioned.
As stated in the email correspondence with counsel for Secretary Clinton in negotiations for the scope regarding...
She is not one happy camper right now. I can see that on her face. She is just not pleased at all.
Today,
I think she probably either allegedly knows that she's been allegedly got, or she just wants to get the F out of there. More likely, I think she just wants to get the F out of there because she is really uncomfortable.
The scope agreed upon by
which
counsel
I can understand.
For the committee and counsel for Secretary Clinton stated, and I quote, "As conveyed to you in a letter from the chairman yesterday morning, that you agreed to, the committee could not accept your proposed limitation on the scope of President Clinton's testimony. Accordingly, pursuant to the committee's investigation into the alleged mismanagement of the federal government's investigation into Mr. Jeffrey Epstein and Ms. Ghislaine Maxwell, the circumstances and subsequent investigations of Mr. Epstein."
When the name Maxwell was mentioned, she kind of looked down for a sec and then looked back up. Interesting. Very interesting. Key point to pay attention to. I wonder why she kind of looked down real quick and then looked back up. Could that possibly mean maybe that name meant something, allegedly? Maybe that was a possible potential name that she might have allegedly known, and it might have allegedly caused her a little disgust or dismay or discomfort hearing that name again. Who knows?
Epstein's death, the operation of sex trafficking rings, and ways of the federal government to effectively combat.
She's blinking a lot. She's doing a lot of blinking, especially when they're talking about alleged sex trafficking. You can see her eyes just doing a lot of this. So there's something going on. She's doing a lot of body language talking, and her body's doing a lot of talking, and it's telling me a lot of alleged things that are being hidden, allegedly, deep down. She's an alleged very evil woman.
Ways in which Mr. Epstein
and she
and
don't
Ms.
want to say
Maxwell
it.
Sought to curry favor and exercise influence to protect their legal activities, and potential violations of ethics rules related to elected officials, the committee will ask President Clinton and Secretary Clinton all of its questions regarding Jeffrey Epstein and Ghislaine Maxwell, including, but not limited to, the personal relationship.
She didn't blink, she did blink like normal, but she's still allegedly blinking a lot. But the time that Maxwell was mentioned again, she didn't really hesitate or move again. She held her posture pretty well. So maybe she's trying to allegedly bluff. That could be an alleged bluff move.
Between the Clintons and Mr. Epstein and Miss Maxwell, and the ways in which Mr. Epstein and Miss Maxwell sought to curry favor and exercise influence.
She's looking down. She looked down.
As the operation of sex trafficking rings.
She kind of did that a little.
And the ways for the federal government to.
A little smirk on her face. She's got an alleged little smirk on her face. She's trying not to smirk, but it's there. It's there. You can kind of see it, but her body language, again, ladies and gentlemen, if you watch body language and posture, you can tell dead giveaway of what people are telling you without just them telling you it. It's not even verbal cues can tell you anything. It's body language can tell you everything. And that body language just told me enough right there. Something right there I am starting to feel. She allegedly may know something. And certain words and certain things are maybe an alleged trigger word or words that probably maybe they're saying that she may have alleged been associated with, or whatever they're saying is maybe getting to her allegedly enough that it's kind of just eating at her a little bit. But she's trying to be like a poker player and just be very calm, mellow, and not show too many emotions because she doesn't, again, want to show those emotions because she knows that it may allegedly give away a lot of details. But they could have somebody from like the FBI who knows body language and be able to read that kind of stuff, tell, hey, this is what her body's absolutely saying. And I could be wrong, but
Effectively combat them without the proposed limitations on scope.
But I'm not a professional, nor am I a lawyer or a judge by any means. But all I'm saying is what I'm seeing. And what I'm seeing is a lot of distress. And she looks like she's allegedly under a lot of stress right now. And a lot of discomfort is coming from her. And a lot of disgust.
Sought in your January 31, 2026 letter.
Because she's moving around a lot.
Exhibit 2, the correspondence between Chairman Comer and counsel for President Clinton and Secretary Clinton. This correspondence includes the following letters. October 6, 2025, letter from David E. Kendall to Chairman Comer and Ranking Member Garcia. October 22, 2025, letter from Chairman Comer to David E. Kendall. November 3, 2025, letter from David E. Kendall to Chairman Comer and Ranking Member Garcia. November 21, 2025.
A little head shake. Kind of partially shook her head a little.
Letter from Chairman Comer to David E. Kendall. December 10, 2025, letter from David E. Kendall to Chairman Comer and Ranking Member Garcia. December 15, 2025, letter from Chairman Comer to David E. Kendall. January 3, 2026, letter from David E. Kendall to Chairman.
Her head goes back down. Probably not a sign, may or may not be an alleged sign of guilt or acknowledging she may know that name or know something. Again,
Comer and Ranking Member Garcia. January 8, 2026.
Scratching, uncomfortable.
Letter from Chairman.
Possibly uncomfortable, and then she got her head like that, her hand like this.
Comer to.
She's very fidgety. Fidgetiness means nervousness, more than likely. Very, again, discomfort, distraughted, agitated, probably, again, more than likely. So her emotions are, again, running very rampant, probably.
David E. Kendall. January 12.
Probably more than likely angry, too. And she's trying to hide it.
2026.
Oh, what was that? A little frustration of a glare there.
Letter from Ashley.
Had her eyes closed.
Allen and David.
Got her hands back down.
E. Kendall to Chairman Comer.
Kind of shaking her head. A little smirk.
January 13, 2026, letter from President William J. Clinton and Secretary Hillary R. Clinton to Chairman Comer, encompassing attached declarations under.
She's probably reading all of the things that they have in front of her that were declassified. So obviously she's seeing a lot of this alleged stuff. And it's probably making her super uncomfortable. That's probably why she's uncomfortable, maybe.
The penalty of perjury of both President Clinton and Secretary Clinton. January 20, 2026, letter from Ashley Cowan and David E. Kendall to Chairman Comer.
To Bill.
January 31, 2026, letter from Ashley Cowan and Catherine M. Turner to Chairman Comer. And February 2, 2026.
She's looking over on this side again. Uh-oh.
Letter from Chairman Comer to Ashley.
And then looks back over.
Cowan and Catherine M. Turner.
Looks over kind of towards the camera.
The committee originally noticed the deposition on December 12, 2025 for Secretary Clinton to appear before the committee on December 18, 2025. I will mark that notice as Exhibit 3. I will mark as Exhibit 4 the postponed notice date December 16, 2025 for a deposition of Secretary Clinton to occur on January 14, 2026. Secretary Clinton did not appear for her deposition on January 14, 2026. I will enter as Exhibit 5.
When he said that Hillary Clinton didn't come in for her deposition, she kind of has a little bit of a smirk on her face, like maybe she's allegedly a little bit proud of herself. Maybe she might be allegedly a little bit proud of herself. I don't know. But that's kind of, to me, what it allegedly looks like.
The transcript for the deposition for which Secretary Clinton failed to appear.
Blinking and then her eyes closed. Oof.
The committee noticed a committee business meeting on January 14th.
Kind of looks up, does her little neck thing.
In 2026.
Looks back down. Yeah, she's very uncomfortable. This is all telling me right now how uncomfortable she is. And this is absolute 100% uncomfortableness. Everything this guy is reading to her is not making her feel any better. This is just completely giving her the alleged heebie-jeebies.
The contempt report for Secretary Hillary R. Clinton to be held on January 21st, 2026. I will mark that notice as Exhibit 6. I will mark as Secretary Hillary R. Clinton voted favorably out of the Committee on Oversight and Government Reform. I will mark
Hillary Rodham Clinton,
as Exhibit 8,
or whatever her middle name is.
the final roll call vote sheet on favorably reporting the contempt report of Secretary Hillary R. Clinton out of the Committee on Oversight and Government Reform.
She's like, yeah, okay, I know my middle name. You don't need to keep repeating my middle name. That was kind of that look. And look of disgust. She's kind of got that disgust look, obviously.
Committee noticed today's deposition on February 19, 2026. I will enter the notice for this deposition as Exhibit 9. I will enter as Exhibit 10 an email thread between Committee on Oversight and Government Reform staff and counsel for President Clinton and Secretary Clinton. The email thread confirms the date, time, and location, among other terms, of today's deposition. Additionally, this email thread clearly states the agreed upon.
She's looking around a lot. She's doing a lot of looking around. I think she's nervous. That's more than likely what I think is going on now, is nervous, disgusted, angry, discontent, and probably a little discombobulated, because she knows there's probably what's in front of her is probably alleged evidence, and it's probably not good evidence that's probably allegedly in front of her.
Terms
And it's probably more than likely, if it goes to trial, it could be allegedly very bad for them.
including but not limited to video recording, no predetermined time limit, and scope.
Because why would her husband and her name allegedly be on that list?
Witness, please state her name for the record.
Hillary Rodham Clinton.
Rodham. Okay.
Thank you. My name is Billy Grant. I am the Deputy Chief Counsel for Investigations for Chairman James Comer. Under the Committee on Oversight and Government Reform's rules, you are allowed to have counsel present.
Was that just a supposed random throat clear, or maybe she was showing signs of something?
To advise you during this deposition. Do you have counsel representing you in a personal capacity present with you today?
I do.
Will all counsel please identify themselves for...
Now you can hear in her voice the discontent she has for being there. But keep listening as we go on. It's pretty obvious, the discontent. It's
the record.
very, very
David
obvious.
Kendall, Williams and Connolly, LLP.
Catherine Turner, Williams and Connolly, LLP. Cheryl Mills, counsel to the secretary.
Thank you. For the record, starting with the majority staff, can the additional staff members please introduce themselves with their name, title, and affiliation?
Jack Emmer, Chief Counsel for Investigations for Chairman Comer.
Peter Spector, Deputy Director of Oversight for Chairman Comer.
Daniel Ashworth, General Counsel for Chairman Comer.
Ryan Giacchetti, Chief Counsel for Chairman Comer.
This is the boring stuff.
Emily Feierabend, Counsel for Chairman Comer.
Melvin Soto, the Digital Director for Chairman Comer.
Elsa Tillman, Counsel, Chairman Comer. Karen Caffey, Professional Staff Member, Chairman. Professional Staff Member, Chairman Comer. Thank you.
Holy
Could you
crap,
use the
she's done a
microphone?
lot of people. There's a lot of people there. This is serious. This is no small potatoes. And I'm sure this is kind of setting into her now. Or this has been setting in for quite a while now.
I'm sorry, I cannot hear you over there. Could you please repeat your name?
Sorry, I'll shut up.
No, this gentleman here in the black.
Mark
Oh.
Moran,
Thank you.
Staff Director, Chairman Comer.
And the next one?
Communications Director for Administrative Staff. Valerie Kozar, Chief Clerk and
doing a heavy sigh. Boredom. She's bored. That was a tall tale sign. She's bored.
Operations Chairman Comer. Ashley Vineyard, Deputy Staff Director for Chairman Comer.
Would the majority members please announce themselves for the record?
Congresswoman Nancy Mace, South Carolina.
Congressman Eric Burleson, Southwest Missouri. Michael Cloud, 27th District of Texas.
Lori Bobert, Colorado Sports District. Rep. Ana Paulina Luna, Florida 13th.
William Timmons, South Carolina Sports Congressional District. Rep. John McGuire, Virginia 5th District.
Will the minority staff please identify themselves for the record?
Minority staff gets redacted, by the way.
Would the minority members please announce themselves for the record?
Ranking Member Robert Garcia.
Representative Steelhouse, everybody in Virginia.
Representative James Walkinshaw, Virginia 11.
Representative Yaman
Sitting there nodding.
Ansari, Arizona's 3rd
She's probably thinking, okay, I'm going to remember these names.
District.
Of course, we probably allegedly know why she'll remember these names. Because she'll probably either allegedly try to sue them or allegedly try to go after them for everything it's worth. For allegedly falsely going after them after the Clintons.
And I'm James Comer, Chairman of the Committee from Kentucky.
Office court reporter's name was redacted, by the way. Which I don't know why.
Thank you all. Secretary Clinton, before we begin, I would like to go over the ground rules for this deposition. The question.
Now listen carefully. These are the ground rules, and this is kind of important.
Will proceed in rounds. The majority will ask questions for an hour, and then the minority will have an opportunity to ask questions for an hour if they choose. To the extent members have questions for the witness, they will be propounded during their side's respective rounds. The clock will stop if you need to confer with counsel, your counsel is speaking, and when members or staff are speaking during the opposing side's round of questions. We will alternate back and forth until there are no more questions. Do you understand?
I do.
There is a court.
She said I do, but it was at the end with kind of a little bit of a heavy sigh at the end. That tells me right there, definitely holds contempt or content.
Reporter taking down everything I say and everything you say to make a written record of the deposition. For the record to be clear, please wait until the staffer questioning you finishes each question before you begin your answer, and the staffer will wait until you finish your response before proceeding to the next question. Further, to ensure the court reporter can properly record this deposition, please speak clearly, concisely, and slowly. Also, the court reporter cannot record nonverbal answers, such as nodding or shaking your head, so it is important.
I mean, she can't shake her head, she can't nod. She has to give verbal cues.
That you answer each question with an audible verbal answer.
She moved her hand from the table to her side.
Understand?
I do.
Again, contempt, agitation. She's very agitated right now. Well, she's been agitated for quite a while now. For like 12 minutes of this whole entire thing.
Exhibits may be entered into the record. Majority exhibits will be identified numerically. Minority exhibits will be identified alphabetically. Do you understand?
I do.
We want you
A little bit of sass there, Hillary.
to answer our questions in the most complete and truthful manner possible, so we'll take our time. If you have any questions or do not fully understand the question, please let us know. We will attempt to clarify, add context to, or rephrase our questions. If we ask about specific conversations or events in the past and you are unable to recall the exact words or details, you should testify to the substance of those conversations or events to the best of your recollection. If you recall only a part of a conversation or event, you should give us your best recollection of those events or parts of conversations that you do recall.
Basically, be honest, don't lie. Try to at least say what you remember.
Do you understand?
I do.
I do. Kind of a half. I do. She understands, but she knows, but you know, we all know.
You are required by law to answer questions from Congress truthfully. This also applies to questions posed by congressional staff in this.
When he said you're supposed to answer truthfully, she blinked.
Deposition. Do you understand?
I do.
Kind of answering a little gruffly and roughly there.
If at any time you
Again, agitation.
knowingly make false statements, you could be subject to criminal prosecution, including but not limited to perjury. Do you understand?
I do.
This includes both knowingly providing false testimony, but also stating that you do not recall or remember something when in fact you do. Do you understand?
I do.
Furthermore, you cannot tell half-truths or exclude information necessary to make statements accurate. You are required to provide all information that would make your response truthful. A deliberate failure to disclose information can constitute a false
And I say that because a person that could read her body language better than me could obviously probably tell the judge, Your Honor, this is what she's saying by body language, and this is, you know, they can again go back and do more research into this, and this could probably allegedly maybe damage her with the body language, the tempo of her language, of how she's saying it. It might not. I don't think it really would, but I don't know. I don't really know if it would, because I don't think that it would really hold much of a candle in the wind into the court. But I don't know. It would be totally up to the judge. But if somebody from the FBI could tell the body language and say, okay, it may look like she's allegedly lying at some point in time when you ask her a question, that may screw her, allegedly.
You understand?
I do.
Is there any reason you were unable to provide truthful testimony in today's interview?
No.
Please note that if you wish to assert a privilege over any statement today, that assertion must comply with the rules of the Committee on Oversight and Government Reform. Pursuant to that, Committee Rule 16C1 states, for the chair to consider assertions of privilege over testimony or statements, witnesses or entities must clearly state the specific privilege being asserted and the reason for the assertion on or before the scheduled date of testimony or appearance. For the purposes of the deposition, objections must be stated concisely and in a non-argumentative and non-suggestive manner. If the witness refuses to answer a question to preserve a privilege, the committee may seek a ruling from the chair. If the chair overrules any such objection, the witness shall be ordered to answer. If the witness continues to refuse to answer a question despite being ordered to do so, the witness may be subject to sanction. Do you understand?
Insofar as I understand the rules of privilege, I don't have any specific knowledge of your committee's ideas of privilege.
She kind of fumbled a little. So either she is allegedly being really honest, she doesn't understand, or she may allegedly actually understand and she's being allegedly a little dishonest. I don't know.
Understood.
Again, I can't tell you for 100% sure because I'm not a professional body language reader. I can only tell you from what little experience I have.
Ordinarily, we take a 5-minute break at the end of each hour.
Just by what I've learned.
Questioning. But if you need a longer break or break before that, please let us know and we'll be happy to accommodate. However, to the extent that there is a pending question, we would ask that you finish answering the question before we take a break. Do you understand?
Yes.
Finally, I will note for everyone here today that the contents of what we discuss in the deposition is confidential under the House deposition regulation. Under the rules, the chairman and ranking minority member shall consult before any release of testimony or transcripts, including portions thereof. This means it is a violation of House and committee rules to disclose content of the deposition prior to its official release. For this reason, the marked exhibits that we will use today will remain with the court reporter so that they can go into the official transcript, and any copies of those exhibits will be kept at the table or returned to us when we wrap up. Can the court reporter please swear in the witness?
Pretty much all of this is going to be on file. So the courts pretty much can go back and look at this, like I said.
Please raise your right hand. Do you solemnly swear or affirm the testimony you're about to give in this deposition to be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
I do.
Yep.
Do you have any other questions before we begin?
Yes, I have an opening statement
Here we go. Now this is the part that gets really juicy.
that I would like to deliver before we begin.
Oh boy. Here we go.
Mr. Chairman, ranking member, members of the committee, as a former United States senator, I have respect for legislative oversight, and I expect its exercise.
Okay, I bet you do. I allegedly doubt it, but I bet you do.
As do the American people, to be principled and fearless in pursuit of truth and accountability. As we all know, however, too often congressional investigations are partisan political theater, which is an abdication of duty and an insult to the American people. This committee justified its subpoena to me based on its assumption that I have information regarding the investigations into the criminal activities of Jeffrey Epstein and Ghislaine Maxwell.
You mean alleged speculation? Well, I don't know if they're alleged speculations, but they're allegedly going off by purported citing that allegedly your husband and your name were both on the list. So that's why you got subpoenaed, and that's why Bill got both subpoenaed. They aren't going just because, oh, look, Bill and Hillary are famous people and they're doing it willy-nilly. There's a reason, because allegedly you and Bill's name were there. So that had to mean something allegedly for them to investigate you.
Let me be as clear as I can.
Okay.
I do not. As I stated in my sworn declaration.
You do not. Well, okay. I allegedly doubt that, because then why would allegedly your name purportedly be and your husband's name purportedly be on the list if you allegedly don't have or allegedly know anything about Epstein? There's a big question we would like to know.
On January 13th, I had no idea about their criminal activities.
Again, if you purportedly or allegedly don't, then why again was you and your husband's alleged name on the list? And why was allegedly your husband's picture in the Epstein house of him being in an alleged blue dress?
I do not recall ever encountering Mr. Epstein.
I allegedly would like to call cap on that one, because again, why again would your name and your husband's name allegedly be on the list if you didn't allegedly have any information or any knowledge about Epstein? that doesn't seem very correct, because if you didn't allegedly have any information or any alleged knowledge about Epstein, then your name wouldn't be on that list, right? Just me doing journalism here, Hillary.
I never flew on his plane or visited his island, homes, or offices.
Well, again, it's been purported that your name and your husband's name's on that list, and allegedly Jeffrey Epstein has an alleged painting of your husband in an alleged blue dress. What can I say?
I have nothing to add to that.
Of course you wouldn't.
Like every decent person, I've been horrified by what we have learned about their crimes.
Sure you have. I'm very, very much sure you have, allegedly.
It's unfathomable that Mr. Epstein initially got a slap on the wrist in 2008.
Kind of like how allegedly your husband allegedly got a slap on the wrist for the alleged rape of Monica Lewinsky,
which allowed him to continue his predatory practices for another decade.
Oh, Hillary. All of this is a PR stunt and an alleged way for her to try to weasel her way out of this, to make her look like she's innocent. That's all it really allegedly is. That's all she's allegedly doing.
Mr. Chairman, your investigation is supposed to be assessing the federal government's...
Ouch. Now she's going after the chairman. Ouch.
...handling of the investigations and prosecutions of Epstein and his crimes. You subpoenaed 8 law enforcement officials, all of whom ran the Department of Justice.
Wait, they did? Then if they allegedly did that, then why wasn't their alleged subpoena video or audio put on the website of the Oversight Committee? Where is it? Or was it allegedly redacted?
Or directed the FBI when Epstein's crimes were investigated and prosecuted. Of those 8, only 1 appeared before the committee. 5 of the 6 former attorneys general were allowed to submit brief statements stating they had no information to provide. You have held 0 public hearings, refused to allow the media to attend them, including today, despite espousing the need for transparency on dozens of occasions. You have made little effort to call...
See, this whole smear campaign isn't going to really help her. I'm going to be honest. I do not think it's going to help her at all. It's going to, in my opinion, I think, damage her alleged credibility more. Because it, by her allegedly doing this, shows that people will see this as, again, her alleged way of trying to weasel out, and it being an alleged PR stunt. And really for what it is. It's just her trying to do what she does best. Kick and scream and cry because she doesn't allegedly want to be there. And we all know that she doesn't want to be there.
All the people who show up most prominently in the Epstein files. And when you did, not a single Republican member showed up for Les Wexner's deposition.
Wait for it. We know who she's going to call out. Wait for it.
This institutional failure is designed to protect one political party and one public official, rather than to seek truth and justice for the victims and survivors.
And what are you looking for, Hillary? Are you allegedly there to help seek retribution for the survivors? Or no? What are your intentions? That's what we should be asking also, is what are your alleged intentions?
As well as inform the public who want to get to the bottom of this matter. My heart breaks for the survivors.
I allegedly would doubt that very much. But, okay, you have every right to believe what you believe, but hey, that's just you.
And I am furious on their behalf.
Again, sure you are.
I have spent my life advocating for women and girls.
Well, I could say I allegedly doubt that very much. I would allegedly doubt that. I think that's just an alleged PR stunt thing for you to say. I think you're just saying that for an alleged PR stunt. Come on, Hillary. I think we all know that to be the truth. You can't fool us.
I have worked hard to stop the terrible abuses so many women and girls face here and around the world.
Yeah, kind of like how allegedly, again, Monica Lewinsky got allegedly raped by your husband, Bill.
Including
purportedly, by the way.
Labor, domestic violence, and sexual slavery.
Then if you did allegedly do that, then show us the receipts that you did that. Not try to allegedly go out there and pay people, allegedly pay people to say that you allegedly did that, but show actual receipts showing that you allegedly did that with credible sources to make us believe that you allegedly did that. Then we'll believe that you did that. Until then, we kind of allegedly don't really believe much of a word you say at this point. It's just all hearsay.
For too long, these have been largely invisible crimes or not treated as crimes at all. But the survivors are real and they are entitled to justice. That
is true. They do deserve justice. I believe that. That I will, yes, granted, I will agree with her on that one, even though I don't like her and I am not a big fan of the Clintons at all. I disagree with them. I do not support them. And I have my own opinion on them. They do deserve, the survivors of alleged sexual abuse and rape do deserve to have justice for that kind of stuff to happen that have happened to them. They deserve to have closure, but that's why she's and her husband are there in that deposition to have the oversight committee have answers. So I feel like it's almost kind of a cliche thing for her to allegedly say right there.
In Southeast Asia, I met girls as young as 12 years old who had...
You did what now?
...been forced into prostitution and raped repeatedly.
Okay. Duly noted.
Some
I'm not going to say much on that one, but duly noted.
were dying of AIDS.
That's very sad and disheartening and disgusting.
In Eastern Europe, I met mothers who told me how they lost their daughters to trafficking and did not know where to turn.
Why do, for some reason, I allegedly really don't believe her? Is it just me, or is it just kind of everyone else too?
In settings around the world, I met survivors trying to rebuild their lives and help rescue others with little support from people in power who too often turned a blind eye and a cold shoulder.
I can allege some alleged purported names, but we're not going to go there.
If you are new
And no, I'm not thinking Trump.
to this issue, let me tell you. Jeffrey Epstein was a heinous individual.
Oh, very good. You're using big boy words. Congratulations. Very good. Bravo. Bravissimo. Bravissimo. You know how to use big boy words, Hillary. Made me feel so special that not only am I the one that knows how to use big boy words around here. Oh, come on. Give me a break. Every tier 1 and 2 media journalist knows how to use big boy words. Give me a break. You think that's going to make your little speech here any better or any more credible? Please.
But he's far from alone. This is not a one-off tabloid sensation or political scandal. It is a global scourge with an unimaginable human toll.
So basically where she's going with this is she's doing an alleged war cry. A very, very cute PR stunt war cry to fight against sex trafficking. And again, it's a PR stunt, alleged PR stunt.
My work combating sex trafficking goes back to my days as First Lady.
Did it allegedly, though? I mean, I think somebody over here might allegedly disagree with you.
I worked to pass the first federal legislation against trafficking and was proud that my husband signed.
Well, your husband sure did allegedly pass a lot of things. I'm just going to leave it at that one.
The Trafficking Victims Protection Act.
But it sure as heck wasn't an alleged anti-alleged sex trafficking bill.
Which increased support for survivors and gave prosecutors better tools for going after traffickers.
Yeah, again, Hillary, show us receipts, please.
As Secretary of State, I appointed a former federal prosecutor, Lucy DeBaca, to ramp up our global anti-trafficking efforts.
Now, where's Lucy DeBaca? Can Lucy DeBaca actually come forward and vouch for you? There's something we should be actually having right there. We should have Lucy DeBaca come forward and say, yes, she did, or no, she did not do it. Because if Lucy DeBaca comes forward and says, yes, she did, great. But if Lucy DeBaca comes forward and says, no, she didn't, then there's a big issue. That would make her allegedly not look even more good.
Saw nearly 170 anti-trafficking programs in 70 nations and directly pressed foreign leaders to crack down on trafficking networks in their countries.
Yeah. Okay. Hillary, you are so believable. We really do believe you, Hillary. Hillary, you did such a good job. Bravo, Hillary. Bravo. Bravo. Such a brave young woman. You did such a fantastic job.
Every year, we published a global report to shine a light on abuses. The findings of those reports triggered sanctions on countries failing to make progress, so they became a powerful diplomatic tool to drive concrete action.
Woo!
I insisted that the United States be included in the report for the first time ever in 2011, because we must hold our...
And for all of you wondering, I don't believe half of the words she says.
Ourselves not just to the same standard as the rest of the world, but to an even higher one.
Right. And look who's allegedly sitting there getting disposition, having their deposition.
Sex
Not Trump.
trafficking and modern slavery should have no place in America.
That I will agree with her. That I actually can agree with her. Because that is true. That shouldn't ever happen in America. That should never be a thing in America, but sadly, it allegedly is.
None. Infuriatingly, the Trump administration gutted the...
Oh, there we go. Now she's hitting and allegedly aiming at Trump and pointing at Trump. I was waiting for that. That's a typical Democrat move, alleged Democrat move.
Trafficking in persons office at the State Department, cutting more than 70% of the career civil and foreign service experts who worked so hard to prevent trafficking crimes.
Yeah, but did he though? I don't think he allegedly did though, Hillary. I kind of will call alleged BS. I think, Hillary, you might be allegedly talking about the Democrats, your party.
The annual trafficking report required by law was delayed for months. The message from the Trump administration to the American people and the world...
She can't keep Trump's name out of her mouth. Again, this is desperation. She's just clawing and scratching any way she can to try to make herself look like a good person. This is all a PR stunt to make herself look like an alleged good person. It's just an alleged show. It's, to me, in my alleged honest opinion, it's very disgusting, deceitful, and dishonest and distasteful.
Could not be...
But that's just me, in my opinion, alleged opinion.
Combating human trafficking is no longer an American priority under the Trump White House.
In the words of Trump, because you'd be in jail.
That's a tragedy.
Allegedly.
It's a scandal.
And thank God you are not running the White House, Hillary. Because we allegedly already know how you would allegedly be running the White House.
And it deserves vigorous investigation and oversight.
All right, I don't agree with a lot of the things that are going on with this whole Epstein thing. I think we do need a lot of answers. And a lot of things that are going on definitely are very peculiar. Very, very peculiar. And a lot of people are kind of getting tired of the alleged smokescreen shit show, throwing dirt and throwing words at each other. We just want the honest truth now. At this point, the whole kid in the sandbox throwing sand at each other, time is over. We need to start being adults and doing the adult thing and adulting and start holding alleged people responsible that are allegedly responsible and that are allegedly guilty or that are allegedly involved in this. We need to do what we need to do. And that is now, by subpoenaing them and, making sure that these victims get the closure and the justice they deserve.
A committee endeavoring to stopping human trafficking would seek to understand what specific steps are needed to fix a legal system that allowed Epstein to get away with his crime.
She almost sounds like she's trying to run for president again. That's, to me, how it kind of sounds like. She's trying to do a presidential speech.
A committee run by elected officials with a commitment to transparency would ensure the full release of all the files. It would ensure that the lawful redactions of those files protected the victims and survivors, not powerful men and political allies.
Well, surprise, surprise. Is that allegedly why you and your husband are now getting depositioned? And yes, I know a lot of people are going to say, well, how come allegedly Trump's name's redacted? Is it allegedly because he's the whistleblower? Yes, we all know that purportedly, reports have come out that he whistleblowed in, I think, allegedly 2006. He whistleblowed on Epstein for Epstein being an alleged PDF file. An alleged PDF file. Well, not an alleged, but being a PDF file. So, we know that Trump did kind of whistleblow. But there is a lot of questions unanswered, and we still need to get to the bottom of it. And a lot of it is not making a lot of sense right now. And that's why I'm not right now really worrying about the whole Iran and Israel thing going on. I'm more focusing now on this whole deposition between Hillary and Bill, because I still want to figure out what's going on with this. A lot of people, like the media, is probably going to focus on the war with Iran and Israel and the U.S. No, that's alleged smokescreen. I'm not going to do that. We're going to get to the meat and potatoes here. We're going to do what we got to do. We need to be honest. There is no smokescreen here, folks.
It would get to the bottom of reports that DOJ withheld FBI interviews in which a survivor accuses President Trump.
But here is another issue, though, Hillary. How come there are alleged reports that are claiming that allegedly Trump didn't do anything? And then on top of that, if Trump was allegedly or purportedly guilty of any crime, of any alleged rape or alleged pedophilia, then a victim or victims would have to allegedly come forward and speak out and say or allege that Trump allegedly did something to them, which none of that has allegedly happened yet. None of that's allegedly happened yet. On top of, there's been, again, those alleged reports that the victims have alleged that Trump has done nothing to them. So why are you allegedly all wrapped up in Trump and mentioning Trump a lot?
Of crimes.
I'll leave it there.
It would subpoena anyone who asked on which night there would be the wildest party on Epstein's island.
Look, I'm not going to say that, hey, we need to question these people. Yeah. Every single person that's alive should be questioned. We need to have people that are alive, like the victims and everyone that's like Bill and Hillary and anyone that was allegedly involved. Yes, they need to be questioned. And if that means including the alleged people that are in higher power, whether they're alleged musicians, whether they're alleged just part of whatever, then I don't care. They need to be questioned. We need answers.
It would demand...
And that means if Trump has to get a deposition, then yeah, if he needs to have a deposition, then yeah, they will deposition him. When that time comes where they have to allegedly deposition him, then he will probably more than likely go in for a deposition and speak his piece. But he hasn't had to yet because of certain reasons. Which, yes, I know a lot of people are going to say, well, that's very odd and that's very questionable. Yes, I can say that is allegedly very questionable and very somewhat allegedly peculiar, but because of the fact that the alleged reports coming out that some of the alleged victims have said that Trump didn't do anything to them, and nor did any of the alleged victim or alleged victims come allegedly forward to say that Trump allegedly did anything to them or to anyone allegedly. This is why Trump isn't having to come forward to say anything, because obviously he's not guilty.
Testimony from prosecutors from Florida, New York, and the Department of Justice about why they gave...
The Democrats are very, very worried more about trying to do the I gotcha with Trump, but they're not thinking about how detrimental that is, or how bad that is going to be against them, how that is going to pretty much make them look.
Epstein a sweetheart deal and chose not to pursue other...
The alleged sweetheart deal. So it was allegedly purported that Epstein was allegedly told that possibly he was going to start naming alleged names or start talking, and they were probably allegedly going to either knock off the certain amount of sentences or maybe give him alleged more privileges in the prison or whatever. And when he was like, okay, I'll start talking, I think somebody must have allegedly got spooked or must have allegedly not liked that, possibly, which would be Epstein allegedly himself, because he was allegedly worried that if he started allegedly talking, he was concerned that, oh no, if I say something, there might be alleged people out on the outside that could have alleged people on the inside be looking for me or doing terrible things towards me. And he got allegedly spooked. And that's why he might have allegedly Epstein himself. That is one alleged guess. I have my theories that he may or may not have allegedly done it himself, but that is really honestly not what the reports allege. The reports allege he did it himself. He allegedly Epstein himself. I kind of doubt he allegedly Epstein himself. I honestly really don't think he allegedly did it himself. But we're not going to go too far into it, though.
Who may have been
But I think there may have been an alleged chance that he may have allegedly been silenced.
implicated in his...
Because allegedly, somebody may have allegedly started noticing that he was about maybe squealing, and they weren't liking that. That's another alleged guess that I have too. But anyway, let's get back into the deposition.
Crimes. And it would demand that Secretary Rubio and Attorney General Bondi testify about why this administration is abandoning survivors and playing into the hands of traffickers.
Okay, I do have to kind of mention this. It is kind of weird when Pam Bondi was in front of the alleged committee, or in front of the committee, and the survivors were behind her, and she didn't turn around and look at them and face them. That was a little bit weird, and that was kind of very disheartening, in my opinion. I didn't like that. That kind of hurt, because I thought Pam Bondi would have alleged a little bit of courage to, not just as a woman to face those survivors, but as a alleged Republican Party member who I thought supposedly was going to help fight for those survivors, be able to, face them and say, hey, I'm here for you. But it didn't seem like she allegedly really was into it, which kind of was very disheartening for me to see.
It would seek out advocates and law enforcement officials on the front lines of the fight against human trafficking and ask them what support they need. And it would put forth legislation to provide more.
Now, don't get me wrong here. I'm not on Hillary's side by any means. I am not on Hillary's side. I'm not ever going to take Hillary's side. But these are all questions that I am asking, and all things that I've seen through this whole entire Epstein stuff that I think that really should be noted and really needs to be paid attention to. And some people in the media and whether they're the people like the left-leaning bros or the right-wingers, YouTubers, they sometimes don't allegedly pay attention to it. And they need to. They really need to start paying attention to this kind of stuff, because this is the kind of stuff that people miss when it comes to our own political party. A lot of people get wrapped up in just, yeah, we support this, yeah. But even though they're our own party, they can still betray us. They can still do things that we don't like. For example, I, again, didn't like how Pam Bondi didn't allegedly have the alleged courage to face the alleged Epstein victims and look at them, or be able to go over there and give them a hug or shake their hand, or at least acknowledge them. I didn't like that she didn't do that. That pissed me off. I wish she would have done that. Yeah, I'm calling it out because that shit needs to be called out. Yes, it pisses me off that Bill and Hillary Clinton kept trying to allegedly not go in and get their deposition done. And they kept allegedly running for a long time from allegedly doing it. This is the shit that we got to pay attention to, people. And that needs to be paid attention to. Right now, this Iraq and Iran, or excuse me, this U.S. and Israel and Iran war, or this U.S., Israel, Iran war thing is not on my first agenda to pay attention to. I still want to figure out this whole thing, because all of that Israel, U.S., Iran thing, again, it's a smoke screen. I allegedly believe it is a smoke screen. And it's an alleged distraction from what is allegedly really going on over here. And we need to go back to what really is the number one key focus. Is Bill and Hillary just got their deposition done. Now that they've got it done, people need to start listening and watching it and trying to examine it and figuring out, okay, what does it mean, or what are they saying, key words that they're saying that are important, so that we can understand, are they allegedly being truthful, honest, or allegedly honest and or allegedly genuine with everyone, so that we can move forward. And as allegedly moving forward, what do we do from here on? And how do we go forward? What is our next step and goal? And what does allegedly President Trump want to do? Or what does the alleged FBI or oversight committee want to do? We need to ask them those kind of questions. What are you guys going to do now?
Resources and force this administration to act. But that's not happening. Instead, you've compelled me to testify, fully aware that I have no knowledge that would assist your investigation.
No knowledge. She's alleging that they have no knowledge. She's alleging that, by the way. So if they didn't have any alleged knowledge of her allegedly having information or something worth knowing, or alleged information about, she wouldn't be there. She wouldn't have had to come in for a deposition. So she's there for a particular reason. So again, she's kind of getting a little snarky and pissy because she don't want to be there.
to distract from President Trump's actions and to cover them up.
Again, blaming Trump. She's blaming Trump. See how fast that was? A very quick, fast, key reaction right there. Blame Trump. Let's blame Trump right there. That's the typical alleged response that you obviously are going to allegedly know when somebody is either allegedly hiding something or allegedly, possibly, or potentially allegedly guilty of something.
Despite legitimate calls for answers. If this committee is serious about learning the truth about Epstein's trafficking crimes, it would,
which we all are,
not rely on press gaggles to get answers from our current president on his involvement.
Which I'm sure they possibly will, probably in due time, figure out what they need to do to maybe allegedly get information from the president about what's going on. But I'm sure they probably already have alleged information from the president about the whole situation and from his alleged side. I'm sure he probably already, of course, from what we, again, allegedly, purportedly know, he whistleblowed to the FBI in supposed 2006 or whatever about Epstein being an alleged pedophile. So I'm sure that's obviously one thing that they looked at and said, okay, well, that's very helpful. But I'm sure they're going to probably get information when they want it and when they need it. They won't bypass it.
Ask him directly.
They have to be fair.
Under oath about the tens of thousands of times he shows up in the Epstein files.
Okay, Hillary, I have a question for you. If you want to allegedly talk about the alleged Epstein file, can we talk about your alleged emails that were allegedly on your personal laptop too? Because that's a little sus too, allegedly. And some other things too that were allegedly sus about, you and your alleged husband, or about you and your husband allegedly too.
If the majority was serious, it would not waste time on fishing expeditions.
Great, you're calling it an alleged fishing expedition. Great way to be sarcastic, facetious, and malicious.
There is too much to be done. What is being held back? Who is being protected? And why the cover-up? So my challenge to you, Mr. Chairman, and members of this...
Oh, now you're challenging them. Oh, boy.
Committee is the same challenge I put to myself throughout my long service to this nation. How to be worthy of the trust of the American people that they have given to you.
Well, the problem is, Hillary, allegedly, we don't really trust you. I don't allegedly really trust you. And I don't really believe you or your husband allegedly at all. Not a word, not a peep, not even a whisper, utter, not even a breath. I don't allegedly believe. So it's okay. Save it.
They expect statesmanship, not gamesmanship, leading, not grandstanding.
Great. So Hillary's trying to allege or claim what she thinks she knows what we want, which obviously we all, as we the people, already know what we want, and she kind of has zero to little clue as to her idea of what she knows about us, of we the people, of what we want. And she's sitting there giving them a lecture about it. It's really funny, sad, and kind of demeaning and degrading, in my opinion, right there.
And they expect you to use your power to get to the truth and to do more to help survivors of Epstein's crimes.
Hillary, we expect you not to sit there and do a long grandstand, long disorientation of what you allegedly would claim or think that you know what we the people want, which obviously, again, you don't have a blatant clue of what we want or an idea of what we want. We just want to hear your deposition, not you trying to give a long-winded disorientation of nonsensical word salad speech.
As well as the millions more who are victims of sex trafficking in this country and around the world.
Are you done yet?
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. And I would also like to request that the video of this deposition be made available within 24 hours, as it has been for other witnesses.
Which obviously I think it is available for witnesses. But I think the only video that's available is her video. She can't have any other witnesses' videos. She can only, I think, have her video of her deposition.
Thank you, Madam Secretary.
Which probably, more than likely, I'm guessing her lawyer told her probably to do, to keep, so that she could go back and watch, and if need be, hear her statements so that she can recollect anything that she said, so that she's not allegedly forgetful.
The time reads 11:34 a.m., the majority's time.
And it does look like she's wearing a lot of makeup, or maybe enough makeup to try to make herself look good.
We'll begin now. Madam Secretary, in the interests of efficiency here today, I'm going to...
Now, the next few parts where she's answering yes or no, listen to how she directly answers these. And I will not only have you listen, but I will also describe her body language, her posture, and I will continue to describe her body language, her posture. But throughout her whole speech, her speech was her trying to sound her posture was her trying to sound very powerful, very somewhat remorseful, very empathetic, sympathetic, very dignified, very reluctant to not allegedly look like she's not willing to help. She wants to look more like she's willing to help, but at the same time, she still shows alleged signs of agitation and all the other alleged signs that she kind of showed before. But we'll keep going.
Ask you one question followed by a list of names. The question can be answered yes or no. If you do indicate yes to an individual, I will come back and revisit that at the end. The question is, have you ever communicated with any of the following people relating to Jeffrey Epstein or Ghislaine Maxwell?
Had to take a drink of water after that long-winded word salad speech that probably dried her throat out.
Richard Kahn.
No.
While answering, she was digging through her papers.
Darren N. Dyke.
Oh, kind of a little surprised look there. Maybe she allegedly knows that name.
Oh.
Ooh.
Sarah Kellen.
No.
Kind of a shocked, alleged shock, surprise, and oh shit, look. No.
Doug Band.
Not that I recall.
Not that I recall. She kind of looked up like this a little and then kind of back.
Lawrence Summers.
No.
That was a fast no, so possibly allegedly telling truth, maybe.
Huma Abedin.
Oh, scratch her nose.
Have I ever talked to her about this in preparation for this hearing? I have.
Outside of that,
Not that I recall.
In preparation of the hearing, yes. Outside of that, no. So I'll just say that's an alleged ambiguous answer.
Noam Chomsky.
No.
Chuckle. A chuckle. Very interesting with the chuckle.
Leslie Groff.
No.
No.
Nadia Marcinkova.
No.
Some of these, when you watch her body language, you can obviously kind of you'd have to look very closely at her, not just like her hands, but her face. Her facial features kind of can tell you a little bit too.
John Luke Brunel.
No. I don't know most of these people.
That's very weird that you would say that. Because what if there is an alleged name that you do know?
Should I tell you that I know who they are, or just tell you I never talked to them?
Just
Being a little facetious and a little snarky and kind of a little condescending there. That's what I heard in the tone.
So you never talked to him, it's fine. Alan Dershowitz.
No.
Kathy Rumler.
No.
Bill Richardson.
No.
George Mitchell.
No.
Andrew Mountbatten wins.
She's looking down. She's doing a lot of looking around and fidgeting a lot. Well, not fidgeting with her hands, but her head's doing a lot of movement. So.
Formerly Prince Andrew.
No.
Oh, Prince Andrew. When she answered no, she looked over here and said no.
Peter.
I'm gonna call alleged bullshit on that one. I think she does allegedly know that one.
Mandelson.
No.
Okay.
Reed Hoffman.
No.
As she said no, she's grabbing a pen and writing stuff down.
Karina Shuliak.
No.
I wonder, is she allegedly writing down half of these names? Kind of makes you wonder.
Bill Gates.
No.
Bill Gates, come on. Come on. That one I allegedly will call bullshit. I think she does know Bill Gates. I think she allegedly does know Bill Gates. Honestly, I think she does. I think that's alleged bullshit. That's BS. I think she allegedly does.
EU.
She's got her hand like this, but kind of got that face.
Barack.
No.
Could be Obama, but I don't know.
Woody Allen.
No.
Woody Allen, an actor.
Oh.
No. He's a famous actor. I don't know. I'm gonna call alleged bull on that one. I have a feeling she may allegedly know him. Her eyes are kind of like. So that's telltale sign, allegedly something being said right there with her body.
Sandy Berger.
No.
Jess Staley.
No.
I bet you she is writing down half of these names. So half of the people that she probably knows, she's probably allegedly writing them down and probably either going to allegedly contact and be like, these people are asking about you or ask me about you.
Paul Morris.
No.
Oh, few second pauses on that one, Hillary.
Leon Black.
No.
Sultan Ahmed bin Sulayem.
No.
Little smile.
Leslie Wexner.
No.
Jack Kessler.
No.
Mark Middleton.
No.
Harvey Weinstein.
Uh-oh. Harvey Weinstein?
The committee
Hold on. Harvey Weinstein?
Second time. Yeah. Allies. It would get. I certainly did what I could.
Hold on.
Committee endeavoring. On which night?
Hold on.
The committee noticed a committee business meeting.
Hold on.
Peter Mandelson.
No.
Sorry.
Reed Hoffman.
No.
She's still writing names.
Karina Shuliak.
No.
Bill Gates.
No.
Again, I'm going to call BS.
Ehud Barak.
No.
Woody Allen.
No.
Sandy Berger.
No.
Don't know who that is.
Jess Staley.
No.
Paul Morris.
No.
Leon Black.
No.
Sultan Ahmed bin Sulayem.
No.
Who the hell is that? Never heard of that name before.
Leslie Wexner.
No.
Jack Kessler.
No.
Okay, don't know that one.
Mark Middleton.
No.
Don't know that one.
Harvey Weinstein.
I think we all kind of know who Harvey Weinstein allegedly is. I feel like she might be allegedly lying, but she might be allegedly telling the truth. But I think she's allegedly lying. I think she knows who allegedly Harvey Weinstein is.
Ellie de Rothschild.
She's probably writing down Harvey Weinstein.
No.
Ariane de Rothschild.
No.
Lynn Forrester de Rothschild.
No.
Any other members of the de Rothschild family?
Her eyes are kind of going back and forth like,
No.
a little bamboozled, puzzled, and allegedly a little bit possibly alleged deceit.
Glenn Dubin.
No.
Ouch.
Eva Anderson Dubin.
No.
Casey Wasserman.
No.
Larry Visoki.
No.
She's bored.
David Rogers.
Got her hand like
No.
this.
Ira Magaziner.
No.
Daniel Gilbert.
No.
Writing.
Karen Ewing.
She's writing. So I've noticed there are times where if allegedly certain names are said, and if she'll allegedly say no, but she'll start writing something. So I'm wondering.
No.
Stacy Plaskett.
Not that I recall.
Not that I recall. She looked up, not that I recall, and then she goes and starts writing again.
Howard Lutnick.
No.
Kind of looks up, no,
Not that I recall.
not that I recall. Kind of looks up, looks down.
Steve Bannon.
Oh, then she picks up the pen, Steve Bannon.
I don't know if I've ever met him.
Little chuckle.
You'll have to introduce me.
I think she might have allegedly known who Steve Bannon is. He's pretty obviously somebody that's pretty popular.
I take that as a no.
She's chuckling, laughing. She's showing teeth.
Just to be absolutely clear, you've asked if I've ever communicated about Jeffrey Epstein, a man I never met, with any of these people, most of whom I've never heard of and certainly not met.
Allegedly, but I'm going to call alleged BS.
That's the premise.
On most of some of these alleged people that he's mentioning, I think she may have allegedly known.
Your question.
Mr. Epstein or Mrs. Maxwell.
You did not say that.
I did say that in the beginning. I will repeat the question.
No, that's okay, but I didn't talk about her with any of these people either. I barely knew her.
Little alleged double down there.
David Gergen.
No.
No. Little alleged hesitation there. She's writing names.
Elon Musk.
Now she can't lie. She's got to know him.
No.
Oh, come on. You are so bad at lying. Oh, you are so bad at lying. You are such an alleged liar. Liar. You are an alleged liar. You know, allegedly, Elon Musk, man.
Abigail Johnson.
She knows who Elon is, I think.
No.
she definitely knows Elon. I think very well. Twitter, X.
Jeff Bezos.
Oh, come on.
No.
Yeah, but your body language is telling me you're allegedly not telling me the truth there.
Larry Page.
No.
Sergey Brin.
No.
I think she's obviously, we all know she's allegedly going to lie.
Freya.
No.
Excuse me, I think you've heard that name too,
A
allegedly.
new member arrived. Would they please introduce themselves for the record?
Leslie Bell, very first congressional district.
Thank you, sir.
Can I understand, could you read back the initial premise of your question, because I too did not hear?
Yes, ma'am. Have you ever communicated with any of the following people relating to Jeffrey Epstein or Ghislaine Maxwell?
I didn't hear the Maxwell piece, but we could ask her. It doesn't matter. It's the same answer, but I did not hear the Maxwell name in there.
Understood.
I didn't hear the Maxwell name. I think she allegedly did, but she may not have allegedly been paying attention, or she allegedly did hear it and she was just saying no to, again, allegedly try to lie and get her way out of that. So here's my observation so far, ladies and gentlemen. Obviously, I think she's an alleged liar. She's obviously allegedly lying a lot. I think a lot of these names, I think she allegedly knows, especially Jeff Bezos, Elon Musk, Bill Gates. Obviously, those are people, obviously, she allegedly knows very well. Very high-end, famous people. Can't miss them names. I mean, those are names. If you know the name, you recognize it. Obvious. It's obvious enough.
So was the last name you said Larry Page?
It was Sergey Brin.
Okay. Yeah, I think she is lying allegedly.
The last name I stated was Louis Frey. You indicated no, is that correct?
I think you need Free?
Free, yes, ma'am.
Louis
No.
Free.
No.
And Sarah Kay.
No. And these are all, to the best of my recollection, as I say, many of these people I've never heard of. Most of these people I've never had a relation.
Allegedly, you've never heard of Jeff Bezos, or allegedly ever heard of Bill Gates, or allegedly ever heard of Mark Zuckerberg, or allegedly ever heard of Elon Musk. Yeah, okay, right. I doubt that 100%. I think you know who Bill Gates, Mark Zuckerberg is, Jeff Bezos, and Elon Musk are. You obviously know those names. Those names you cannot miss.
With,
That one, I definitely can tell you, I think I know she's lying.
although I know their name. Some of them are deceased, but I was not.
Jeff Bezos not allegedly deceased. Mark Zuckerberg's allegedly not deceased. And Elon Musk is not allegedly deceased. They're all three allegedly still alive. And they're all three allegedly multi-millionaires.
Communicating about Jeffrey Epstein and Ghislaine Maxwell, as I understand what you're asking me, contacting people about them, that did not happen.
Is there anyone that you had a conversation with about Ghislaine Maxwell?
Oh, I'm sure I've talked about Ghislaine Maxwell, and especially in preparation for this hearing.
Wait, hold on. Or you allegedly at one point claimed you've never heard of that name, but then you're now just saying allegedly that you have talked about that name or mentioned that name, or allegedly that name has come up into a conversation. I beg your pardon, what? That's a little interesting. See, ladies and gentlemen, she, in my opinion, is an alleged liar.
And outside of conversations with your counsel, what did you talk about Miss Maxwell?
I don't recall any conversations about Miss Maxwell.
But then you just said... So now you're allegedly doubling down. Okay, great. This does not make her look good.
But I knew her casually, so I can't tell you that I knew.
Whoa! You allegedly just said you don't know her, but then now you just... What? Hold on. What? Oh, she just lied. Oh, she just lied under oath? Holy fuck nuggets. She just lied under oath? I think she just freaking lied under oath. Because she just now said that she allegedly just knows her, allegedly knew her casually. Oh. 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 Oh, no.
Or had a conversation that mentioned Ghislaine Maxwell's name, because I don't recall that.
Oh, boy. She's, I think, she's allegedly trying to slither her way out of this.
Understood. And you say that you knew Miss Maxwell casually. What does that mean?
Just what I said. I knew her primarily as someone who dated someone that I knew.
And who?
But then you
Is that individual?
Ted Waite.
And who is Ted Waite?
Ted Waite was a successful, as I recall, software developer.
So you do know her. You do allegedly know her then. Okay. So then she might have just definitely lied under oath. But it may be kind of an ambiguous objective lining there, but I think she may have just allegedly got herself in a deep poo-poo.
And, roughly, when would the first time Miss Maxwell would have come up in relation to Mr. Waite?
I don't recall, but, perhaps sometime around 2010, because he was invited to my daughter's wedding and she was his guest.
Mm-hmm.
Have you ever spoken with Miss Maxwell personally yourself?
I'm sure I have, yes.
There you go. There you go. So not only have you allegedly talked to her, but you allegedly know her. There you go. Bingo. You're busted. You allegedly know her. B-U-S-T-E-D. Busted.
Did you estimate on how many occasions?
Not many. I didn't see her very often.
Yeah, you busted. busted. You lied under oath. You busted. Sorry.
When would the first occasion have been?
I have no recollection.
Yeah, you do. Stop allegedly lying. You know. She allegedly knows. She's allegedly lying. I think she's allegedly lying more than she's allegedly telling the truth at this point.
Did your first interaction with Ms. Maxwell occur while President Clinton was President of the United States and you were First Lady of the United States?
No, I do not recall ever meeting her while Bill was still in the White House.
No, but you met Monica Lewinsky.
Did Mr. Waite ever inform you what Ms. Maxwell did for a living?
Not that I recall.
She's looking
did
down.
Anyone ever indicate to you what Ms. Maxwell did for a living?
Not that I recall.
She's looking down again. I think she's allegedly lying. Throat clearing. She's allegedly lying. Oh.
When would the last time have been that you either communicated with Ms. Maxwell, even if not directly yourself, but been around Ms. Maxwell?
The best of my recollection is at the wedding in 2010.
Why do I allegedly doubt that? Why?
Would you consider Ms. Maxwell a friend?
No.
Would you consider her
That was kind of a straight face, and then she closes her eyes and blinks.
Of President Clinton?
He'll have to answer that.
But you're his wife. You should know. You should allegedly know who your husband is friends with. I think she's allegedly not. It's not looking good, guys, for her, allegedly. I think, again, she's not allegedly telling the truth.
Would you consider Miss Maxwell a friend of your daughter?
She probably was friendlier with her than I was because I didn't see her very often.
Quick blink. Doing a little slow head bob. Oh, no passing
How
now?
often would your daughter have seen Miss Maxwell?
I have no idea.
Maybe she knows. Maybe she is telling the truth on that one.
But again, it was in the context of her being in a relationship with Ted Waite.
Oh, trying to explain things. So doing a little bit over explaining. Interesting. Why would you kind of over explain things there? That's a little odd.
Anyone else in your family have a relationship of some kind with Miss Maxwell?
Well, that's my family. You asked about Bill and Chelsea.
Smile. Little chuckle. Looks down. Looking down.
Just to make clear for the record, have you ever met Jeffrey Epstein?
I do not
Little pause.
recall
Looking over here or over there.
ever meeting Jeffrey Epstein. In preparation for this hearing, I was told that he attended an event at the White House that was put on by the White House Historical Association. But I have no recollection of that.
Kind of, again, over-explaining. Tells me she may be allegedly lying. Obviously, it tells me she probably allegedly knows him.
And only one time at the White House Historical Association?
That's the only time that I'm aware of that I might have
Her hands kind of just went,
possibly been in the same room with him.
So, hold on. So, you kind of at one point were maybe allegedly in the room with him. There you go.
Did you have
Backtrack.
initial impression of Mr. Epstein?
I have no recollection of Mr. Epstein.
But you said you were allegedly in the room maybe in one point in time.
Just told that he was in a room at a dinner that we were hosting for the White House Historical Association.
What was your understanding of what Mr. Epstein did for work?
I knew nothing about him. He was there as an invited guest by the White House Historical Association. That's my best recollection.
And no one else informed you of what Mr. Epstein did for work?
No, but we had hundreds and thousands of people who came to the White House. I was not informed of what people did or didn't do for work, especially someone that I never even had a conversation with.
Looking down and kind of moving eyes a little.
Know who invited Mr. Epstein to the White House?
Sorry.
I can only tell you what I know, which is that he apparently was a guest invited by the White House Historical Association to attend.
Getting a little facetious, or not facetious, but a little snarky, and allegedly a little condescending. Which means that she's probably pissed again. Which this is their job, is to ask questions. They're not there to be your friend. The oversight committee is there to ask questions and try to get answers out of you. So if they're going to repeat questions, then obviously they want to see if you allegedly or possibly will slip or change answers from your first answer. So there's been an alleged few times she's already had some answers kind of changed.
A dinner to thank people who gave money to the White House Historical Association for the upkeep and maintenance of the White House. That's what I was informed of in preparation for coming here.
Yes, ma'am. And understanding we focused the last few questions on your time in the White House with President Clinton.
Okay.
After that time period of President Clinton's administration, did anyone ever tell you what Mr. Epstein did for a living?
I don't recall ever talking about Mr. Epstein. He was not on my radar. He was not somebody that I had any connection to.
When President Clinton was traveling with Mr. Epstein on Clinton Foundation business, no one associated with the foundation at that time discussed Mr. Epstein with you?
Not that I recall. I was not involved with the foundation. I was a senator from New York, and I was deeply committed to my work, and it became one of the most intense experiences of my life when we were attacked on 9/11. I was not involved with what was happening to create the foundation, to create the work that was done to get low-cost drugs for AIDS. I knew about the work. I didn't know about the details.
Understood. And to be clear, you never had any communication yourself with Mr. Epstein, whether that be face-to-face interaction, phone calls, emails, text messages.
You can answer it again.
I have no recollection in any way of ever having any conversation at the White House or in any other place or on any kind of device of any sort. I knew nothing about him.
And
obviously, I think she does allegedly know something about Epstein.
when did
She just won't give it up.
learn of Mr. Epstein's 2006 indictment and subsequent arrest leading to his incarceration in 2008?
I have no idea. I was not paying attention. I was running for re-election in 2006. I ran for president in 2007, 2008. I don't know that I ever learned about it until much later when more things came out about it.
Understood. And when did you first learn of Mr. Epstein's arrest in 2019?
Probably when it happened because it was headline news. I'm sure I've, like everybody else, saw it in the press.
And in seeing that in the press, did you discuss Mr. Epstein or his case at the time with anyone?
I'm sure we did because it was a, big story.
Of course.
And Mr. Epstein died in custody after following his 2019 arrest. When would you have learned of his death?
Whenever it was reported.
Oh, look down right after. Why would you look down, though, Hillary? Why would you look down? That's weird. So I'm cleaning my ears. Her looking down tells me she may allegedly know something. She may or may not allegedly know something.
Going back slightly a question, you said you likely would have talked to someone regarding his arrest in 2019. Who would you have discussed that with?
Whoever was around. I mean, it was a
Yep. Little angry.
big story, as you recall. It was a very big story. I don't have any specific recollections. It wasn't something that I was particularly focused.
Hold on, chat.
on, but it was a big story.
And
Sorry.
going back to Miss Glenn Maxwell, when did you learn of her arrest in 2021?
Again, whenever it was reported as happening.
Whenever it allegedly happened.
And did you discuss that with anyone?
I'm sure I did. It was another big story.
I'm sure I did. Much of that sounded like uncertainty, alleged, not just uncertainty, but maybe something of not just maybe doubt, but maybe she was hiding something.
And who would those discussions have been with?
I don't have any specific recollection.
So moving forward in time just a little bit. You were Secretary of State under President Obama, is that correct?
Yes, it is.
And it was during his first term, 2009 to 2013?
That's correct.
And after you completed your time as Secretary of State, did you return in any role to the Clinton Foundation?
I did. I became active in it at that point.
And by being active in it, could you describe that for us, please?
Tried to support the work that Bill and my daughter and the team had done, and look for ways to be helpful. It was something that I wanted to make sure I could support.
And please correct me if I'm wrong. You rejoined as a board member. Is that right?
It might have been the first time I was a board member. I don't remember. Either the first or the second time.
Okay, she may be honest, but I'm not sure.
Yeah.
And speaking of, sounds like you were heavily involved when you returned to the foundation, or I guess started with the foundation at this point. In trying to accomplish those goals and initiatives, what were you doing, broadly speaking, on a daily basis, monthly basis, that sort of thing?
Well, I wanted to start a program about early learning for kids, and so we started something called Too Small to Fail, which I was very actively involved in with my daughter, and we worked with pediatricians and other people to help parents, grandparents, aunts and uncles read, talk, and sing to their children so that they could help build brain cells. That was a major priority of mine, and I'm very proud of what we built and the difference that it's made in millions of kids' lives. I certainly did what I could to support the work that we do overseas through the Clinton Global Initiative, which has had a terrific track record of bringing people together to work in partnership.
Thank you for that. Did Mr. Band play a significant role in helping set up the foundation initially?
Yes, he did.
Steve Bannon. So she does know these people.
And when CGI was initially created, whose idea was that?
It was Bill's idea. He went to Davos, and he called me after he'd been at Davos, and he said, a lot of interesting people, but they don't do anything but talk. And I have a better idea. Why don't we get people together? And yeah, they can talk, but they have to make commitments, and they have to follow through on the commitments. And we could have an annual meeting that would bring people who were willing to make commitments. And that was his idea, and I thought it was a really good idea, and I encouraged him to go out and see if he could put it together.
Are you aware of Are you aware of anyone else helping formulate the idea for CGI?
Oh, I think he talked to a lot of people. I couldn't tell you who, but he talked to a lot of people.
Did Mr. Epstein have a role in shaping the formation of CGI?
I have no idea. I don't know anything about it.
Did Glenn Maxwell have any role in shaping CGI?
I don't have any idea about that.
I'm kind of getting bored of this, but it's whatever. It's pretty boring. She's
I will
just sitting there like this, looking
Majority
through
Exhibit 11, the interview between Deputy Attorney General Todd Blanche and Miss Glenn Maxwell from July of 2025. We'll get you all a copy momentarily.
I'm sorry, what was this exhibit?
This will be Majority 11.
This is pretty boring, guys.
I
I'm
would
sorry.
like to direct your attention
But this has to be
to
done.
page 263.
Dang.
Okay.
And on page 263, Ms. Maxwell tells Mr. Blanche that she had a role in shaping CGI. You said you were not aware of Ms. Maxwell having any role in shaping CGI.
I was not involved in the creation of CGI. Again, I was in the United States Senate. I was not involved in the work that was done to set up CGI.
No one discussed the formation of CGI with you?
That it was going to be set up, but I don't have any specific recollection of having any specific knowledge of it. No.
Did Mr. Epstein help craft the idea or formulation of CGI?
I don't have any idea. I don't know anything about that.
Laughing, chuckling. I think a little dishonest.
Is it possible that Ms. Maxwell had a role in creating CGI?
I'm not going to speculate.
I'm not going to speculate. She's trying not to say because she doesn't want to allegedly incriminate herself because she's under oath and she knows that she can't say anything that could get her in trouble if she says something and then says, like, I don't know, and then evidence allegedly shows up. Hey, it shows that you did have alleged knowledge. So she's trying to be very careful.
I'm here to tell you what I know, and I don't know anything about that.
Understood. And is it possible Mr. Epstein had a role in crafting CGI?
I'm not going to speculate about that either because, I have no way of knowing that because I have no direct knowledge.
I will enter now as Majority Exhibit 12. This will be a letter from Mr. Epstein's attorneys. I will give you a second for it to be passed out. This is a letter dated July 6, 2007. It is from Gerald B. Lefcourt. He was an attorney for Mr. Epstein. He sent this to the prosecutors in the Southern District of Florida. That would be Sloman, Minchell, Lori, and Villafania. And I will direct your attention to page 21.
Mm-hmm.
At that top paragraph on page 21, it says, quote, Mr. Epstein was part of the original group that conceived the Clinton Global Initiative, which is described as a project bringing together a community of global leaders to devise and implement innovative solutions to some of the world's most pressing challenges. Again, is it possible that Mr. Epstein played a role in crafting CGI?
I have no idea what he did or what he said he did, and I have no way to testify to the veracity of either. I was not involved.
Have you seen this document before?
No.
Well, that's a court law document, so obviously they can't falsify that one. So I think she does.
The Clinton Foundation, accepts donations as part of carrying out his work. Is that accurate?
Yes.
And when seeking, let me take a step back. People charitably provide donations to the foundation.
It's a 501c3, yes.
And do you or anyone else at the foundation ever solicit donations for the
So it may be an alleged tax write-off.
foundation?
I'm sure that happens. People talk to us, we talk to people, they ask questions about the work that's being done, and I'm sure that happened in the years before I was involved.
Did you solicit funds from Jeffrey Epstein for the foundation?
I had no contact with Jeffrey Epstein. I did
She's smiling and smirking.
not solicit funds from Jeffrey Epstein.
Did you solicit any funds for the foundation from Miss Maxwell?
I did not. Again, we're talking about the creation of the foundation. I was not involved in the creation of the foundation or the creation of CGI. In those early years, I was incredibly focused on my job in the Senate. Bill was focused on setting up the foundation and starting CGI.
And understanding you were occupied with your career as a senator and then your presidential campaign leading up to 2008, but at this time, were you discussing starting the CGI with President Clinton?
I'm going to object to any communications between the two of them. You can ask generally, but that's covered by the Mayoral Communications Privilege.
Understood. So generally speaking.
I am sure that I talked to my husband about what he was doing to set up the foundation. It was more on the substance of the work. How many drugs was he getting made in India? What was the idea that was going to motivate CGI to be what he wanted it to be? It was not in the weeds. It was the concept. It was the excitement that he had about trying to establish the foundation and CGI.
And similar question for Mr. Band. Did you discuss the creation of CGI with Mr. Band?
I may have, because he was around. He worked for my husband. He was a personal aide to my husband, but I don't have any recollections of any specific conversations.
I'm not sure. I'm trying to read into that because it's very interesting how she's reading, or not reading, but she's given different emotions at different times. And a lot of her emotions are, she's agitated, but she's also trying to be cool, calm, collected, but also she's just really, really being hammered with the same questions over and over again. And you can tell it's agitating her, which, again, they have to do it because they want to make sure that you're not going to try to change.
Broadly speaking,
they're trying to see if they can catch her off guard. And if they can catch her off guard, then good. But so far, there's been alleged times, I think, where they might have allegedly caught her off guard. But she's
at any
holding
time,
herself.
Do you recall any discussions related to distancing the foundation or CGI from Mr. Epstein or Ms. Maxwell?
I don't recall any conversations. I know that sometime, maybe 2003 or so, Bill did not have any ongoing contact with Epstein. And in preparation for this hearing, it became clear to him that Epstein was not interested in the charitable work that was motivating Bill as he traveled around the world, getting people to commit to providing low-cost drugs for not just HIV/AIDS, but eventually
tuberculosis, malaria, and other diseases.
And what is your understanding?
Trying to make her husband sound very noble and out to be a very good guy. What a nice lady.
Of Mr. Epstein no longer wanting to participate in the foundation's philanthropic goals?
I don't. Only in preparation for this have I been told that there was no real interest there, and there was no point in being involved or connected to him.
And we touched on this. Correct me if I'm wrong. You said you're not aware of Mr. Epstein donating to the foundation. Would you consider? Let me back up. President Clinton took trips on Mr. Epstein's jet. Is that correct?
Yes.
Would you consider offering a private jet as a donation in kind to the foundation?
Well, I don't know what the rules are under the 501c3 regulations, but it was certainly a gift, and he was, one of a number of people who provided transportation so that Bill could do the work he was doing.
Interesting. I know, like I said, this is pretty boring, but if we, get through this deposition with Hillary, then tomorrow we can do Bill's. But obviously, this shows you right here that Hillary is allegedly pretty rough around the edge with this one. Bill, we'll see how he does tomorrow. But, yeah, I wanted you guys to see this one because I watched a little bit of hers, and I was really excited for you guys to hear this because this was gold mine right here.
I think we touched on this. Did Mr. Epstein end up donating to the foundation or CGI?
I have no personal knowledge of that.
You're not aware of a $25,000 donation from Mr. Epstein's affiliated companies to the foundation?
Only what I was told was alleged in preparation for this testimony. I did not know about that.
Alleged. So what I'm guessing is why he's asking more than once is not just to see if she trips, but I think maybe he might have allegedly donated, and I think she knows something.
I don't know.
And she won't allegedly give it up.
That it's true.
Are you aware of the Clinton Foundation reviewing any records in regard to Mr. Epstein donating to the foundation?
I will have to ask our lawyers. I did not.
They are probably going to go through her bank
Have you had any conversations about the foundation reviewing those donations made by Mr. Epstein?
Or her foundation.
I think I'll have to ask our lawyers. I don't know. I didn't review them.
I believe. I don't know.
Ms. Mace, do you have some questions?
I did. Thank you for being here this afternoon. In your opening remarks, you mentioned this is political theater and partisan. Do you believe the Epstein files are a vast right-wing conspiracy?
Ooh. Hey.
I think if they are fully released.
Hey.
As the.
Now, wait a minute. Okay, you're probably like me thinking, wait a minute, why ask this? Maybe this could be a setup question. Let's see.
Transparency Act requires. Mm-hmm. That would be fulfilling the responsibility of the Justice Department.
And she may be a Democrat, too.
But it appears that there have been many issues with the full release, so I'm not going to characterize it other than to say I think that's a well-known fact.
That's kind of bogus, but whatever.
Are you aware that both Republicans and Democrats voted to subpoena you and your husband?
I am here.
Okay. Are you aware both Republicans and Democrats voted to hold you in contempt when you didn't show up?
I am here.
Is that partisan when both parties vote to do something together? Is that partisan or nonpartisan?
I think it's standing up for the institution, but there are many other aspects of the committee's work that strikes me as avoiding the main issues about who should be sitting here, who has actual information that might be useful to your investigation.
As a survivor, I'm a survivor. I appreciated your opening statement and your prioritizing some of these issues. Have you always believed this way? Have you believed this way for?
A little bit of a suck up. Okay. Great. Virtual signaling suck up. Oh boy.
Some time?
Have I what?
Have you believed what you believed in your opening statement for some time?
Yes, I have.
How long have you had those beliefs or held those beliefs in your opening statement?
Very long.
In 1998, you had those same beliefs?
Yes.
2005?
Yes.
2008?
Yes.
2012?
Sure.
2016?
Mm-hmm.
2020?
Mm-hmm.
2024 to present day, you've held these beliefs the whole time?
Yes, I have.
Have you always believed that women abused by powerful men should be believed?
I know where you're going with this, and I have
She's like, I know it. I know where you're going with this. Okay. So there was probably an alleged direction going.
nothing to say about anything in the past. I'm here to answer questions about this investigation.
Ouch.
So do you believe that women who are abused by Epstein and an Epstein circle of associates should be believed?
I think that many of them have made very credible accusations.
Have you always thought that, do you think that women abused by powerful men should get justice?
I think that they should have their time to be evaluated, and where there is adequate evidence, they...
And I think what the lady's kind of not also, just doing is she's not just only allegedly talking about the alleged Epstein victims, but I think she may be also allegedly pointing towards the alleged Monica Lewinsky incident too. But I could be wrong, but that's kind of my assumption and view of where I kind of see things going.
Should certainly get justice, and perpetrators should be held.
The question was, have you always thought that women abused by powerful men should get justice?
Yes, absolutely.
I agree. Are you aware that, you were aware, I think you said this earlier, that Jeffrey Epstein was convicted in 2008 for procuring a child for prostitution and soliciting a prostitute, correct?
That's what the charges were, yes.
And you were aware of that in 2008?
I don't recall that I was aware then.
And in 2008, you were a U.S. Senator still?
I was.
Would you say that Jeffrey Epstein is one of the world's most prolific sex traffickers?
From what we know, he certainly engaged in his predatory activities for a long period of time.
Would you say he's one of the world's most prolific sex traffickers?
I don't know what to compare it to. There are terrible sex trafficking rings all over the world.
And you said you were Secretary of State from 2009 to 2013.
Mm-hmm.
And you state your agency prioritized combating.
And you got to remember, these people are super, super smart. So they know how to ask questions in a different way, but kind of almost in the same way that they asked before, that will be meaningful of the same way almost that kind of trips her up a little bit. And I can kind of see a little bit. She's kind of getting a little tripped up with some of these. But also at the same time, I don't think Hillary allegedly claims she knows where that lady was going. And I don't think Hillary really did. Because I can kind of see where the lady's going a little bit with it. And the lining of questioning. All you have to do is just sit here and listen and be like, okay, now where's the lead question going to? And it obviously shows that Hillary is not knowing that even if some of these questions are objectively talking about some alleged things, whether it may be alleged past, like allegedly Monica Lewinsky or whatever, that's possibly something that may be, or may not be the question, but she may be doing this in certain ways or trying to act like she's allegedly leading into that question, but she's not going into that direct question, but going into a different way or asking a different question, but thinking, oh God, is she going to ask about this? But nope, she's not leading about that, but she's really, that's how they do it.
Sex trafficking internationally, correct?
That's correct.
During your time as Secretary of State, did you or the state receive any intelligence cables or briefings mentioning Epstein's foreign travel, pedophile island, or his network of pedophiles and sex trafficking?
Not that I am aware of, no.
How did you miss it? If he's, I believe, one of the most prolific sex traffickers in the world, you were
Yeah, how did you allegedly miss that, Hillary?
Secretary of State. How did you miss it?
Well, that would have been a matter of the Justice Department, not the State Department.
But in your opening statement and your statements earlier, in your opening statement, you stated that Secretary Rubio should be called to testify. And you said that he has, and the administration has, quote, abandoned survivors, using the same logic. You were Secretary of State during a time period after Jeffrey Epstein was convicted of being a pedophile and soliciting children for sex. Why then did you, quote, using your own logic, abandon survivors?
What was the question, please?
Ouch! 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 Yes, that kind of got a little sting to it. That one does kind of have not just a little sting, but that was kind of a direct pointing at, hey, you're pointing at Mark Rubio, but at the same time, why didn't you do anything for that alleged situation? Because aren't you kind of being an alleged hypocrite for not doing anything, allegedly?
I followed her comment. First of all, we focused on.
I'm sure you did, Hillary.
Whether there were laws
that
made sex trafficking, sexual slavery, domestic violence, other abuses of.
Now let's see if she tries to walk herself backwards out of this or end up doubling down or dog walking herself into a situation she can't back herself out of.
Women on the books in
Allegedly.
Countries. And then we tried to evaluate, were those laws being implemented? And were judges appropriately trained and briefed about how to implement those laws? Were governments taking them seriously? We looked at the broad institutional approach to these very serious abuses.
Would you say the U.S. government at that time, during this time period, was appropriate with the way that it handled Epstein?
I don't think that you could say that was true about any of the government's prosecutorial efforts, starting with the Southern District of Florida and Alex Acosta and all those who basically gave him a sweetheart deal. And then I think going up.
She's trying to peddle her way out of it.
The chain, there was.
we kind of knew she was going to try to peddle her way out of this.
Very little attention paid
Obviously.
That should have been paid. But we had laws on the books. They were not being implemented. But that was not within my purview, because what we were looking at is what's the institutional structure, and can we do more to make sure countries take it seriously? Our country had laws on the books.
So
this man was not held to account.
It was not in your purview when you were Secretary of State. Then why is it today in Secretary Rubio's purview?
Because what's happened is that the office that was actually following what was going on around the world has been decimated. 70% of the staff is gone.
I'm sorry to say this, but she's allegedly getting dog walked here. Hillary Clinton is allegedly getting supremely dog walked by that lady. Like, she's getting herself cornered into a position, and now Hillary's having to try to claw and scratch her way out, and she can't do it, and she's not able to do it right now, and she's trying so hard to do it, and she's trying to justify all of these things, and it just doesn't sound very logical or reasonable or rational. It just sounds like a bunch of blah 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 blah.
It's impossible to carry out the functions of that office if you don't.
Might as well call it check and mate at this point, because Hillary, you lost. You done.
Have a critical number of people. So
you done, sweetheart. You
could.
GG, chat. GG.
Is there more that can
I'm
be
running
done?
out of time here. You were clothed with immense power as Secretary of State. You've stated on the record in your opening statement that child sex trafficking in general, human trafficking of all kinds is a priority. You were clothed with immense power. Your husband was clothed with immense power. And until you got this subpoena and until these files were out in the open, you did nothing to try to effectuate all of these things. You say that should have been done. Is that correct?
No, it's totally incorrect. I mean, all of your assumptions are ones that I reject.
When you saw photos of your husband in a hot tub laying on a beach and getting massaged by other women, and you knew that Jeffrey Epstein was involved in some of these trips and these things, did it concern you at all?
I'm here not to offer my opinions. I'm here to answer.
Oh, shit. Hockey mushrooms. Oh, I know some of that may not be allegedly relevant, but it kind of allegedly is relevant.
Specific questions to the best of my ability.
When you saw your husband in these photos of the young woman being massaged, what went through your mind?
I am not going to speculate.
I'm not going to speculate. So, in layman's term, I really don't want to answer that because I'm really allegedly pissed at Bill, and on the fact that I'm on record, I don't want to say it because if I allegedly say anything, it could possibly or potentially allegedly get me in trouble for saying anything. So I would just plead the fifth. I think that's more likely what she's doing. But she could have just easily said, possibly plead the fifth.
You didn't have any feelings about young women massaging your husband?
I am not going to offer opinions or speculation about anything that I have no context for and was not there.
She's just not going to answer. She's like, no, I don't want to answer. She is pissed. Her facial expressions just like, I just don't, her facial expression is metaphorically, I want to slap. I can see it. She just metaphorically wants to slap that woman. I can see it. It is in the eye of how much anger she is trying to withhold right there, it is a lot. It is getting to her. But, hey, those are questions that got to be asked.
After you learned that Jeffrey Epstein was convicted of sex crimes with kids, did any of these photos of your husband with women being massaged on the beach, did concern you?
Relevant questions.
I have no context for even answering that question. And
the lady just said that she was an alleged sexual abuse or alleged rape survivor. And how Hillary's allegedly answering right now kind of tells me Hillary doesn't allegedly really give a flying fart.
I think, obviously the innuendo, all the rest of it.
I'm asking a black and white question. I'm not putting any leading statements into it.
Yeah, it's just a black and white question, Hillary. I mean, there's no innuendo or ambiguism into it. You can honestly be honest.
Adjectives. Did you do anything to determine what was happening in those images or on those trips? That once you saw these photos, once you realized Jeffrey Epstein was a convicted sex offender of children, did you do anything to determine what was happening on these trips with your husband?
I don't find any of your questions to be relevant to.
Of course, she would say that because we all know that she would say that because, well, gee, golly whiz. She's very uncomfortable having to hear about this, about her husband, being allegedly reminded that her husband was going through that or allegedly doing that.
The investigation.
What is relevant if a former president was traveling around with young women?
Well, you'll have a chance to talk to him tomorrow.
You said this morning you did not solicit funds from Jeffrey Epstein, correct?
That's absolutely correct.
Did anyone solicit funds from Jeffrey Epstein on your behalf?
Not that I'm aware of.
Did you ever invite Jeffrey Epstein or Ghislaine Maxwell to any of your political fundraisers?
I did not personally invite them to my political fundraisers.
Did anyone personally invite them on your behalf?
I do not know.
Is the purpose of...
You don't know. Well, Hillary, you probably obviously would know or allegedly should know. That would be something you would obviously probably allegedly know. So you're kind of allegedly leading us to believe you don't know when you may allegedly know something.
Political fundraiser to solicit funds?
You would know that it is.
Okay, and you stated this morning...
Well, how would she know? I mean, other than maybe receipts or whatever's in front of her.
Never communicated with a Sarah Kay, correct?
I do not know who Sarah Kay is.
Okay, she's a councilwoman from New Rochelle, which is about how many miles from here?
Not very far away.
20 to 25?
I have no idea.
I have an exhibit I would like to enter. This is an email dated September 30th, 2014. Am I allowed to enter an exhibit?
Yes, ma'am. This will be Exhibit 13, I believe. Majority Exhibit 13.
Okay, from September 30th, 2014.
Evidence.
Can you please provide the witness with a copy?
Okay. Do you have a copy of it? Yeah. You guys have it?
So any emails or transcripts of conversations or whatever, obviously they're going to have copies so that Hillary can see it and they're going to be able to show her evidence. So if Hillary says no and they're like, well, okay, if you're allegedly saying no, then let me see if this alleged email may jog your memory here. Yeah. It's kind of nice that they can do that. But it's also kind of another way of them basically saying that, all right, well, if you're allegedly saying no, then let me prove how you may allegedly be lying.
I'll check the shit.
And can you read me the
In a very
subject line
nice
of the
way.
email?
Following up event with Hillary Clinton and Congresswoman Lowy.
Do you know who Congresswoman Lowy is?
She was our congresswoman here for many years.
And who is the email from?
Someone named Sarah Kay.
Above that, you have that very top one. Okay. All right, from Sarah Kay, and it's redacted on who was sent to. Can you read me the email?
Okay, thank you very much for the prompt reply. Hi, Sarah. Thank you for the invitation, but unfortunately, Jeffrey will not be able to attend. Thanks so much for speaking with me just now. Attached, please find the invitation and response card for the event we spoke about with.
Wait, Jeffrey's not able to attend. What?
Hillary Clinton and Congresswoman Lowy at the Harvard Club. That was a fundraiser, I believe, for Congresswoman Lowy.
I think she's trying to allegedly backwalk a little bit.
That I attended to support her, is my recollection.
Your recollection, okay. Again, allegedly backwalking there, trying to get out of it in a very most subjective way. Allegedly.
And this is an email. This is an invitation to the fundraiser where you were there.
Do you have any idea if the Epstein referred to is the Jeffrey Epstein? There's a lot of people named Epstein in this area.
This is in the DOJ files.
Oh. So if it's allegedly in the DOJ files, then that only means that there's only one alleged Jeffrey they are probably referring to, and that would be Jeffrey Epstein. So more than likely, yeah.
Knowledge of it.
It says Mr. and Mrs. Epstein.
Yeah, I have no knowledge of this.
See how quickly she just tried to walk out of that one? Yeah.
Okay. So it could be a different Jeffrey Epstein.
Okay, sure, there's a lot of alleged Epsteins, but that was in the DOJ file, so I think that one may have been talking supposedly or allegedly about the only one Jeffrey Epstein we know.
You're showing me an email from someone who I don't recall knowing.
Are we being honest here? Come on. Come on, Hillary. Don't try to backwalk now out of this.
About a fundraiser that wasn't for me, but was for Congresswoman Lowy.
Yeah, that you were allegedly involved with, or that you were allegedly there, because your name was on that email. You were mentioned.
I have no information. I went to the fundraiser to support my friend Nia Lowy.
Yeah, but you were mentioned in that email.
All right.
Excuse me, can I interrupt?
I have
There are
another.
photos that are being released of the secretary as she has testified from inside this room. Can you please advise me as to whether or not that's permissible and consistent with the rules, particularly given that we have asked for a public hearing? If there are photos that are being released of the secretary as she is testifying, can you please explain how
I'm done with this. If you guys are doing that, I am done. You can hold me in contempt from now until the cows come home.
Whoa! Whoa! Feisty.
This is just typical behavior.
I did post one.
Oh, for heaven's
So I would like
sake.
to understand how that's permissible.
Before the hearing was.
It doesn't matter. We all are abiding by the same rules.
I will take that down.
Yeah,
I
well,
would like to take a break at this
yeah,
moment. I would like to have
I'm
a
done
conversation.
for now.
Go off the record. Go off the record.
Can you please provide the witness with a copy?
Okay. Do you have a copy of it? Yeah. You guys have it?
Of the White House, so many hundreds, maybe thousands of events, but many, many thousands of people.
I was just going to ask if you could estimate how many people you might have met at those hundreds or thousands of events and receptions.
Well, Counsel, I can't say I met every person who ever attended an event.
Now, I want to say real quick, that was very bad on her part to have that outburst and request them to hold her in contempt for stuff like that. That does not make her look very good. Sure, her lawyers could have dealt with it. She should have sat there quietly and let her lawyers deal with it. But I'm sure the judge may look at that and have his or her opinion on it.
And so I can't really give you an accurate number. But if the event was a small event, perhaps I would meet everyone. But for most of the large events that we hosted, it was hit or miss. If I met somebody or didn't meet somebody. For the huge Christmas receptions, which were thousands of people that would come to enjoy the holiday decorations at the White House. So I can't really give you a totally clear answer other than I did my best to greet people and to be an appropriate hostess because I took seriously my responsibilities as First Lady.
So Mr. Epstein visited the White House a fair amount during your husband's first term in office.
So they did have connection or alleged contact and knowledge.
One, and I think the only specific event that we're aware of where you may have been present was, as you mentioned earlier, a September 29th, 1993 reception for donors to a White House renovation project that was funded through the White House Historical Association. And our understanding is there was some kind of reception that night. Do you have any recollection of attending that event or that reception?
I have no specific recollection, but I know that I was expected to, and I assume I did. But I can't, sitting here today, describe the event. But I was very anxious to support fundraising that went to the White House Historical Association that in turn supported the upkeep and the maintenance of the White House. Because certainly, it was an old building with a lot of very valuable furniture and art, and it took a lot of wear and tear because I just finished explaining we had thousands of people who would come through. And I'm not even talking about the visitors who would come through because that was many, many more thousands. So the house itself needed to be carefully cared for. And so my husband and I hosted the event, and the White House Historical Association brought those who had contributed because it was ultimately beneficial for the White House.
Would it be correct to say that sitting here, you have no specific memory or recollection of meeting Mr. Epstein or Ms. Maxwell at that event in 1993?
That is an accurate statement. In fact, when I got the subpoena, I was incredulous because I never thought I was in the same room with Jeffrey Epstein. And it was brought to my attention that he was very likely to have attended the White House Historical Association, but I have no independent recollection of that.
Okay. It has been publicly reported that Mr. Epstein visited the White House 16 other times during your husband's first term. He was signed in by different staff members and visited different parts of the White House. Broadly speaking,
do you have any memory or knowledge of any other visits by Jeffrey Epstein to the White House other than the one we just discussed?
Not that I recall, but doesn't mean that, I didn't pass somebody in the hallway, that somebody didn't pop in, but I have no recollection of meeting with him, seeing him, conversing with him in the White House.
All right. Hold on. I'm going to do something. Hold on. Here's a picture of Hillary Clinton and Jeffrey Epstein and Bill Clinton. This is a purported picture. Don't know if it's real or fake, but here's a picture of Bill Clinton and Jeffrey Epstein in the White House. So it's obvious that there was knowledge that he was there. Hillary probably allegedly knew that Epstein was in the White House, wandering around somewhere, or that they probably ran into each other at some point in given time. So, just saying.
I'm going to fast forward all the way to 1999. We believe that Mr. Epstein contributed $20,000 to...
Now, she did say allegedly Bill may have had seen him, but allegedly not her. But that one photo that I showed you, which I cannot say may or may not be allegedly real or faked, I don't know. But that photo that shows you, that I just showed you of her, Bill, and Epstein, that may be, again, allegedly real or fake, did show with her joking around with Epstein with Bill Clinton being there.
Your joint fundraising account with the Democratic Party, would you have any specific
So if that is allegedly a real photo,
memory, knowledge, or recollection
then
of
there you
that
go.
particular contribution sitting here today?
I do not. And again, this was something that I learned about in preparation for testifying. And as you point out, counsel, the contribution went to the joint committee that was set up to support my Senate campaign. And my memory is that we couldn't coordinate between joint committees and campaigns. I mean, those were the rules back in the day, as I recall them. So I don't have any recollection at all that I knew he contributed to my campaign. And he did not contribute, as far as I know, directly. But then this indirect contribution to the joint committee, I don't recall that I knew it at the time, and I was, surprised to learn it in preparation for testifying.
So at this point, toward the end of your husband's presidency, how would you characterize your relationships at that point with Mr. Epstein and Ms. Maxwell?
Non-existent.
Thank you. Moving to the period after your husband's presidency, again, we don't really have much of a record to work off of. There is public reporting that sometime in 2007, Ms. Maxwell may have co-hosted a fundraiser for your presidential campaign in New York City. We don't know much about it. Christina Aguilera may have performed, if that's helpful. Do you have any specific recollection of that event?
I do not, but I, again, have...
It seems like she's not really remembering a lot of things here. Which doesn't help a lot. That does not help a lot. So that doesn't help much. Obviously. So obviously that tells you a lot right there. That this is obviously what is going on. Because it's obvious that multitude of things right now, it says guilty. She's guilty.
Been told and reminded that there was an event with a very large host committee for my campaign, and Christina did appear,
and sorry for accidentally putting this on private.
I believe performed. I have no further information than that. I was attending many fundraising events.
For all you that missed it, go back to the beginning, but it's pretty boring.
And
we're like, I don't know how many minutes into this.
I don't recall any specific encounter or conversation with anyone, including Ghislaine Maxwell.
Ms. Maxwell also appears to have donated $2,300 to your presidential campaign that year.
Wow!
Do you have any memory?
Holy crap, that's a lot of money.
Or knowledge of that specific contribution?
I do not.
Would it be fair to say that your presidential campaign likely would have had a fair number of donors donating $2,300 thereabouts?
Oh, many thousands. I don't recall the exact number, but
of course you wouldn't, because obviously you're not going to talk about how much money you're allegedly getting there, Hillary.
Memory is that we raised nearly $1 billion, and so it was a fast, frenetic pace, and I'm grateful for everyone who contributed, obviously, but I have no specific recollection of her contribution.
It's been widely reported, and we, I think, discussed in the previous hour, that in July of 2010, Ms. Maxwell attended your daughter's wedding in Rhinebeck, New York, and that she may have accompanied Ted Waite, who was reportedly a family friend, or at least was at the time. You, of course, were also present at the wedding. Do you have any recollection of Ms. Maxwell's attendance at the wedding?
I have no specific recollection. Obviously, there's a picture of her being at the wedding as my husband walks my daughter down the aisle. She was there as a guest of Ted Waite, someone we had known for 30 years, I believe, who was a strong supporter of my husband and became a friend. And there were more than 500 people at the wedding. So other than that picture of her at the wedding, I have no recollection of talking with her. I was pretty focused on my daughter and the wedding party and the wonderful occasion that it was. So I don't recall having any conversation other than the fact she was there, and she was there as Ted Waite's guest.
And the understanding that you had, if any, about her relationship with Mr. Waite, what was your understanding of that, if you had one?
That they must have been dating. And this was, of course, long before certainly I knew anything about the activities that she was charged with engaging in and the crimes that she was convicted of.
During her interview last year with Deputy Attorney...
Wait a minute, she was purportedly charged with things? I didn't know that. Wow.
Attorney General Todd Blanche, Ms. Maxwell said that she may have met you on a flight from Nantucket or Martha's Vineyard to New York. That's not allowed to go on, and I would note that one of the charges Ms. Maxwell faced was perjury. But do you recall ever meeting Ms. Maxwell on a flight from Massachusetts to New York?
I don't recall it. I'm not going to say it didn't happen, but I don't recall it. And my memory too, counsel, you would have to check this, but I believe I was told that in her long interview with Todd Blanche,
Here's her giving a long
Todd
explanation.
Blanche, the Deputy Attorney General, she herself said that she attended the wedding as Ted Waite's guest.
In that same interview, Ms. Maxwell said that she visited your home in Chappaqua a few times and that she was invited. Do you have any memory or knowledge of Ms. Maxwell being invited to and visiting your home?
I do not, and I was not present for any visit if one occurred.
It's been reported that in September of 2013, at a Clinton Global Initiative conference in New York, Ms. Maxwell was recognized as a Commitment to Action partner for her work on behalf of the Terramar Project, which was an ocean conservation nonprofit that she founded in 2012. Do you have any recollection of whether you were at that event? So that's a Clinton Global Initiative conference in New York in September 2013.
I believe I attended the conference, but during the conference, there are many different sessions going on. There are some main stage sessions with very high profile people. We've had an extraordinary collection of world leaders, including Pope Francis and others. But then there are many of what are called breakout sessions that are smaller sessions where people gather usually around the issue they're interested in. So in this case, if it had been the oceans, there might have been a breakout session about that. And I do not recall seeing her there. I do not recall any knowledge of her being there. But if she were there and she were making a commitment, it would have been in one of these smaller sessions. And I have to add, in 2013, Ms. Maxwell spoke at the United Nations. She gave a TED Talk. She was featured for her work about oceans in a long profile on CNN. So she had a public persona that the UN, the TED Talk people, CNN and the press all recognized because nobody at that time knew what was later discovered.
And is it right to say, and it sounds like you would not have had any direct role in organizing whatever her role was at that particular event?
Not that I recall.
At that point in 2013, if you can recall, how would you have characterized your relationships with Mr. Epstein and Ms. Maxwell?
Had no relationship, no knowledge of, never met or talked to Jeffrey Epstein. I viewed Ghislaine Maxwell as an acquaintance, someone that I might see.
So at one point in time during this whole live stream here, she kind of did say she allegedly didn't really know that name. Now she's kind of saying allegedly she did. Backtracking.
But had no real relationship with.
So not really much of a real conversation, just an alleged acquaintanceship.
Thank you.
Thank you, Madam Secretary. I know that a couple of the minority members have just a couple questions as part of this hour as well. And so I have a few, and then I'll turn it over to a couple of the minority members as well. You can hear me okay from here?
Yes, I can.
Okay.
But it would help if the minority members would move to where across.
I'm actually going to sit right here as soon as that.
Perfect. Thank you.
Great, thank you. I want to just begin by just asking a few questions, which I believe you've already clarified in your opening statement, but just to be very clear on the record one more time. As best as you can recall, you've never met Jeffrey Epstein.
That's true. That's correct.
As best as you can recall, and I know that, and you said this, you never went to the island.
Never went to the island.
You never flew with him
Smiling.
on a plane.
Never flew with him on a plane.
I allegedly doubt that.
And you were never aware of his horrific crimes prior to those becoming public knowledge. Is that correct?
That is correct.
I allegedly doubt that one too.
Okay. I also wanted just to note, one of the questions that we've been receiving a lot has been speculation amongst the public that Jeffrey Epstein was somehow affiliated with foreign intelligence agencies or other intelligence services. And I know that we have received numerous questions of that type. Now, obviously, you served as Secretary of State. I'm grateful thank you for your service. In your role as Secretary of State, were you ever made aware of Jeffrey Epstein having any types of relationships with foreign intelligence agencies, obviously, of course, of a foreign country?
I was not. And Ranking Member Garcia, I am aware of the speculation around this that comes from the files being released and questions being raised. And I do think that
Right. Are you sure?
it's a fruitful area.
Are you sure you're well aware of those speculations there, Hillary?
For the committee to investigate.
No, I appreciate that, because I'll say of the types of questions that we're receiving, the kind of conversation around whether Jeffrey Epstein had any ties to foreign intelligence or was working with foreign governments continues to come up. And so obviously, as Secretary of State, that would be something I would imagine you may or may not have information for. So I appreciate that response. Madam Secretary, just lastly, I want to also thank you for your testimony. And broadly speaking, you've probably been following just recently, and if this week, we've seen, and there's been reports that numerous files are missing from the group of files that have been released. For the record,
Oh, you almost said Trump. What the hell?
only about approximately 50% of the total files have likely been released. The other percentage have been withheld for whatever reasons we're not really sure of and don't
Redacting, protecting the victims, and other things.
really understand.
Sure, we don't understand that.
It's also been reported by numerous outlets this week that the FBI has removed files that are supposed to be made available to the Congress that include serious allegations of alleged abuse by President Trump, sexual abuse to a minor.
But no victims have allegedly come forward.
Now, these are allegations that we know have been corroborated in other ways, and the media have reported on these. But these files themselves have been removed. Now, we view this as a very serious matter. I've personally looked for these files in the archive manifest that lists which files should be placed there. Those files are no longer there. And we have been calling on the DOJ and the Attorney General to release all of the files. I'm wondering if, in your experience, obviously in the U.S. Senate, as Secretary of State, if you've had a response to the behavior of the DOJ in their withholding of critical information.
So right now, this kind of sounds like a little bit of a smear campaign. Maybe they're trying to allegedly side with her. I don't know.
And the apparent removal of files that could...
So, kind of a good cop, bad cop method, I think is what they're kind of doing. I feel like that's kind of what they're playing at here. They're doing good cop, bad cop, good cop, bad cop, good cop, bad cop. To just make her feel a little bit comfortable.
Just serious crime.
To see if it does throw her off. And if it does throw her off, then good, they got her.
Crimes by folks in this administration.
Congressman, I appreciate your raising this issue, and I appreciated the statement that you put out when this became public knowledge, thanks to investigative reporting, which revealed it.
But...
And I think that this behavior by the Justice Department deserves the most thorough investigation that the Congress could carry out.
Of course, she's taking the bait. Obviously, she's taking the bait.
As I understand the sequence of events, this committee subpoenaed the Justice Department, as well as the Epstein estate, as well as law enforcement officials from prior administrations,
and you,
as well as my husband and me.
Yes.
The Justice Department refused to comply, which is what led to the passage by the Congress of the Transparency Act, which then was signed into law. And
I think not only did she allegedly take the bait, but they're trying to maybe see if she can rationalize emotion, maybe. Get her to feel pity, empathy. I don't know. It's a little awkward, though, but the kind of good cop, bad cop method, you kind of... It's a tactic that I guess cops do use. Cops and investigators do use it. But I didn't think the Oversight Committee would. And it's very interesting to see the Oversight Committee try it. And I think that them trying it is not just them trying to see if they can bait her into maybe seeing if she can rationalize an emotional response or get a rational response out of her, but see what kind of response they can get out of her, maybe, is my only guess.
I think from the very beginning, the behavior of the Attorney General and her staff has demonstrated either a gross incompetence, which is bothersome because they are the keepers of information that should be evaluated for law enforcement purposes, or a clear cover-up because they are protecting the president and others. Either.
But it's kind of weird because also Bill Clinton's name's allegedly been on that list too. And Hillary's alleged name on that list too. So, again, like I said before in this live stream, or in this whole thing, why would this whole thing happen? Why would they investigate Hillary and Bill if they did not see both of their names allegedly on that list? They wouldn't. So something had to allegedly come up to pique the interest for them to subpoena both Hillary and Bill. So I bet you they're trying to see if Bill or Hillary may possibly allegedly try to give up Trump or try to snitch.
One of those.
And obviously, we know who they're going to allegedly snitch on first. Trump. Because they want to allegedly smear Trump. As I said before, smear campaign.
Should be the focus
Typical
of this committee
response for them.
To try to get to the bottom. If they are incompetent and they are incapable of complying with the law that the Congress passed, we need to know that. Because they are falling down on the job. They have an FBI director who's more interested in drinking beer and a hockey.
Ooh, big allegations there, Hillary. Hillary's throwing out a lot of allegations towards Cash Bell. That's not good. That's not good at all. That's pretty bad.
Dressing room after our team won the Olympics, rather than being responsive and complying with the law as it has been promulgated. So I don't think it's unfair to say that given the sequencing of the events, starting with the way that President Trump made the release of the files a key element of his 2024 campaign.
Again, he was a whistleblower. He whistleblowed allegedly on Epstein in 2006 to the FBI or to the police, whichever one, about Epstein being an alleged pedophile. I wonder why that didn't come up. Kind of interesting why that conversation didn't happen. Probably maybe because they don't want to talk about it, or maybe they're investigating it. I don't know. But they should mention that to them. Like, hey, what do you think about Trump allegedly whistleblowing on him?
Promise that he and then his attorney
To
general
get their honest
made
opinion
that the
about it.
files would be released. Then a walking back of that as they began to look at the files. An ignoring
Talking about walking back. You've done a lot of that today, man.
of what they had
A lot of
promised,
that.
including that they had a client list on the desk of the attorney general. Reasonable people would have to assume they are engaged in a massive cover-up, which is infuriating. As an American, as a citizen, all of us should be, regardless of party, wondering what are they hiding. And that's why I said in my opening statement, the President of the United States is not above the law and should be, in a setting like this, answering questions under oath.
Of course, nobody's above the law. You're right, Hillary. And neither are you nor your husband. And that's why you and your husband are going to be sitting there dealing with the deposition. So, that being said, that was a very touching speech, but it doesn't mean anything to us. Again, all your speeches today just meant very little.
As should others who are prominently featured in the files. And especially
You keep making a lot of speeches, Hillary, and it's not anything we don't already know you know how to do.
Group that is featured after 2008. Because prior to 2008, when Jeffrey Epstein pled guilty to the watered-down charges that Alex Acosta negotiated, and that
Watered down. A nice little way of her saying he should have been charged more, but he wasn't.
was rewarded for in the first Trump administration with a cabinet position. There are so many unanswered questions. And I looked at the transcript of the Alex Acosta testimony that was taken before this committee, and I don't think that any Republican members asked him a question. So you have to conclude that there is something rotten in the state of Denmark, or clearly.
Nice. Very nice offhand comment.
The Justice Department, starting in the White House and at the top with the Attorney General. And this latest example of the missing files about the allegations, and they are absolutely nothing more than allegations,
Are you
But
sure?
the FBI interviewed that witness 4 times. You don't interview a non-credible witness 4 times. You don't put into the FBI reporting, protect this source, if you think there is nothing to it. So, of course, I would like to know, like every other American deserves to know, what is in those files and who is going to hold people accountable, because the Justice Department seems to be either unwilling or incapable of doing so.
Thank you, Madam Secretary. Let me also just add one thing. You've probably all...
Yeah, that was all big talk coming from you. And again, that's why you're sitting there.
Also read reporting that Secretary Lutnick was pretty open in an interview about not having spoken to Mr. Epstein or interacted with him after 2005. And then we go on to learn that Secretary Lutnick not only went to the island, there were visits, they went into possible business together, communicated with his wife. So there were numerous interactions that happened after that interview. We believe that Secretary Lutnick should be in front of this committee answering questions, especially when he's choosing to essentially lie about his interactions with Mr. Epstein. Would you agree that Secretary Lutnick should come in to testify?
I think everyone that the committee sees playing a prominent role in the files should be deposed. That is your job. Your job is to try to get to the truth as best as you can determine it. And that should be the guiding principle, it seems to me, as to who you ask to come before you.
Sounds like she's allegedly been drinking a lot of the Democratic Kool-Aid. A lot of it.
Hello, Congressman.
Hello. Thank you, Secretary, for being here today. I'm going to ask you a few questions that might be a little redundant.
That's okay.
Just to get on the record. Am I correct that you did not know at any point before Jeffrey Epstein's crimes became public that Epstein committed or facilitated sexual abuse of minors and young women?
That is correct.
And prior to Epstein's crimes becoming public, were you ever warned not to associate with him?
Not that I recall.
And you did not know at any point before Maxwell's crimes became public that she committed or facilitated sexual abuse of minors or young women?
That is correct.
And did anyone ever raise concerns to you about Miss Maxwell or warn you not to associate with her?
Not that I recall.
Thank you. And you served as First Lady and U.S. Senator and Secretary of State. And so you met a lot of other heads of state, foreign dignitaries. And so at any point, did Jeffrey Epstein or Ghislaine Maxwell's names come up?
Not that I recall.
And you mentioned you did a lot of work on human trafficking. Could you talk a little bit more about that? And then also, I would love to know if Jeffrey Epstein and Ghislaine Maxwell's names ever came up.
No, I can tell you that those names never came up, as I said, prior to their...
Bullshit, allegedly. Sorry. I had a sneeze. Sorry.
Crimes becoming public. I don't think people knew. Or if they did know, they were not sharing that. Or if they did share...
I think that's alleged bullshit. Excuse me.
With the FBI or the Justice Department, the investigations never went anywhere. So I don't know that anybody would have ever raised those names. And I don't know that anybody knew to even look into it. You know, as I said, the whole question of human trafficking, sexual...
Oh, gosh. Her long-winded ramble.
Slavery, forced labor, domestic violence. For the longest
Blah, 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 blah.
time, were not even considered crimes. And
they've been crimes for a long time.
It took a lot of effort on the part of many, many courageous people around the world to raise the visibility of these crimes and to actually change.
Hold on. Let me look up something real quick. I'll look it up later. I was going to look
criminal
up something
law
on
in many countries.
on
You know,
that,
when I
but-
spoke in 1995 at the UN World Conference on Women in Beijing, that was one of the issues everyone was struggling with. Domestic violence was considered cultural, not criminal. Sexual slavery was just something that happened. You know, young women were forced into prostitution. All of this was...
Of course, different countries, some countries don't see it the way that we do it, which is wrong. But that, again, still does not mean it's right. It's still wrong.
Certainly
Two wrongs don't make a right here, people.
known and was something that had gone on for, you know, centuries, thousands of years. But there became finally enough outrage and organizational impetus to begin to try to change that. And that's what I worked on when I was First Lady.
Bullshit.
Because I really became aware as I traveled to Asia and Africa, even Eastern Europe, particularly after the fall.
Again, I'm still going to ask the same question. What about the people that your husband allegedly raped? What about those women that allegedly, purportedly came out and accused your husband of alleged rape?
The Soviet Union. And what a big criminal.
Did those women not count for anything?
Network was operating around the
Because
world
those women do count too, by the
to
way.
traffic people. And obviously we're here focusing on what happened to, you know, girls and women with being sexually abused, but it's also true that people were forced into labor and mines and fishing boats. I mean, this was a phenomenon that finally was getting attention. And we worked very hard to raise visibility. I mentioned the law that was finally passed in our country in 2000. There was also something called the Palermo Protocol, where nations came together to pledge themselves to change laws, to implement enforcement against trafficking. So it's been a long struggle, but we've tried to focus on preventing it, prosecuting it, and protecting the survivors, and we've made progress. But obviously we're here today talking about crimes that still are happening even in our own country.
I know the public wants names to be named, and I know this is a difficult question for you given your lack of a relationship with Epstein or Maxwell, but are there any names that you think we should be talking to at this point that haven't been out there already?
I don't know any more than you do as to what's being exposed in the files. I saw where Congressman Massey stood on the floor the other day and said that he named 3 people, as I recall, that should be investigated. But there's a long list of people who may, even if they did not do something themselves wrong, because of their association with Epstein, might have credible information for your committee.
Final question. You've expressed.
All right. I do want to say this, though. I find this disgusting.
Expressed a desire for this hearing to be public.
How she's just holding herself is allegedly disgusting.
I just love to hear sort of an explanation.
It's absolutely appalling.
I just love to hear sort of an explanation for why.
Look, I think sunlight is the best disinfectant. I think as much as we can do in public, we should do. And I've testified before Congress many times before you were there. And it was always in public. I mean, that's what we did. I testified, and I was on the other side of the table asking questions in public, except for something that was classified that couldn't be in public. What we did was in the sunlight, in front of the press. because people, namely our constituents, deserve to know what we are finding out and to go along with us, with few exceptions, to understand, what the Congress is doing. So I believe for a long time, I think we should be testifying in public, and I think it would benefit this committee for people to see that you're actually
benefit. Well, but who is it benefiting here? Because, it benefits people that you're there, yes, but at the same time, we're needing answers.
Doing things, and especially if you call people who...
That's what we're getting. And that's not good. It's just her and Bill. We need more answers. We need more people to step up.
Some credible information for you that you are committed, regardless of the cover-up in the Justice Department or whatever directions the DOJ is getting from the White House, you are determined to find out the truth.
Thank you.
Hello, Congressman.
Secretary, how are you?
I'm okay.
First and foremost, thank you for being here.
Thank you.
Secondly, as an attorney, I know sometimes things are done differently in DC, but when an agreement is made and our word is given, it should be kept.
I agree with that.
And first and foremost, to get into the line of questioning that I had, on November 12th of last year, Oversight Committee Democrats released emails that were obtained from the estate of Jeffrey Epstein. In one email from 2011, Epstein said to Ghislaine Maxwell that President Trump was, quote, that dog that hasn't barked, end of quote, and that an unnamed victim, quote, spent hours at my house with him, end of quote. In another email from 2019, Epstein wrote that, quote, of course he, referring to President Trump, knew about the girls as he asked Ghislaine to stop. 2 days later, President Trump directed Attorney General Pam Bondi to investigate President.
Well, obviously, a lot of this is coming to light. And a lot of this is not something I'm sure that we want to hear, especially allegedly Trump's name being mentioned, but we got to hear it.
Clinton and other prominent Democrats in order to distract from his own close ties to Jeffrey Epstein. I'll mark as Minority Exhibit B a true social post from Donald Trump dated November 14th, 2025. And I think you have that now. As you can see, President Trump's post refers to Jeffrey Epstein's crimes against young girls and women as the Epstein hoax, end of quote. His post also completely ignores several other high-profile individuals, including Republicans and allies of President Trump, who are known to have had relationships with Epstein. In fact, the Epstein files contain numerous officials in the current and previous Trump administrations with connections to Jeffrey Epstein, including, but I'm not sure is limited to, Howard Lutnick, RFK Jr., Steve Bannon, Elon Musk, Tom Barrack, Kevin Warsh, and Mehmet Oz, to name a few. Secretary Clinton, to your knowledge, has the Trump administration done anything at all to investigate these other individuals with ties to Epstein?
Congressman, I know of nothing, just reading the press. I obviously have no inside information. that there has been any effort whatsoever to investigate the names that you just mentioned or any others who might have credible information about Jeffrey Epstein's crimes. And I think that's where this committee comes in. You are not beholden to the Justice Department. You have an independent Article 1 jurisdiction.
05860.
This is majority 14.
Okay, I'm gonna try to bypass a lot of her blabbing.
Thank you for a fun night. Your littlest girl was a little naughty.
How does that make you feel?
Makes me sick.
Ew.
If you can also read the EFTA 0087841. This is also another email. Can you just please provide the context? It's an email to Jeffrey Epstein. If you could just read the context of what it is.
Of course, the Ohio Jesus, I'm coming trick.
And just the main body of the context of the email.
Said that she felt God's presence next to her when she was in bed. She knows that Jesus watches over her and he helped save her life. Whoops.
How does that make you feel?
It's bizarre. I don't know what it means.
The reason I asked you to read both of these is because these emails were both sent by co-conspirators that were then given the plea deals and now have been given victim status. Both of these women were also named in an FBI document, and they're on a number of other.
Yeah, that's sad.
Emails. Do you believe that the Department of Justice should reevaluate the plea deals for some of these women, given that, as you can see, they have clearly done some things probably that they shouldn't have?
I don't know the status of whether that would be legally possible, so I have no opinion.
I think outside of the statute of limitations, they might be able to reinvestigate under the civil rights violations. Would you be in favor of that, or looking into any of the co-conspirators that were given plea deals down to victim status if there's credible evidence that they were trafficking young girls?
I think it should be pursued.
I'd like to also show you another EFTA. The staff can also pass this to the secretary. It's EFTA 016562117.
Should be Exhibit 16 for the majority.
And I'd also like to reflect on those previous EFTAs. The EFTA 0070580, that was actually sent by a woman by the name of Susan Hamlin. And then the other EFTA 0087841 was sent by a woman named Nadia, who's also listed in other files as well. Is it single pages?
Oh, sorry.
Secretary Clinton, this was actually out of an FBI briefing document when Epstein was in his New York trial. If you can look at the top left, the individual photo, who is that individual?
I can't tell. It's such a small, blurry picture.
Okay. For those that want to pull up the file, the photos of Jeffrey Epstein, this is actually a passport that was given. The individual's name is Marcus Robert Fortinelli. Do you think that this is a sign or a telltale sign of intelligence operations and pseudonyms?
I can't speculate. I don't know.
Okay.
Possibly. That may allegedly be possibly true, but I don't know.
Victims have stated to this committee, both Democrats and Republicans, that during Epstein's time, during his day camp deal, is what I'll call it, that he was also in active communication with Bush's CIA director. They also had stated that he had active ties to Russia, Israel, and Iran. Given your status, not just as the First Lady, but also in your secretary position, have you ever been targeted by any of these countries as a means of a foreign intelligence gathering operation? Are you aware of potential vulnerabilities?
Yeah, I was targeted by Russia in the 2016 campaign. I mean, I think that's pretty well known.
What about Israel or Iran?
I don't know about either Israel or Iran.
Okay, do you believe that Epstein was running potentially a honeypot operation with intelligence gathering operations to collect information on how high-profile individuals, both Democrat and Republican, of the United States, in an effort to sway our foreign policies? Is it possible?
I have no direct knowledge, but I think it's one of the areas your committee should investigate.
Do you think it's possible?
Well, it's certainly possible. It's a tried and true technique of certain intelligence agencies.
Do you believe that he was using honeypots in an effort to...
I can't speculate. I don't know.
Okay, and on the topic of transparency, Secretary, were you ever denied access, or did you ever inquire on the topic of UAP or Gilgamesh in your official or personal capacity, and why?
I was never denied access because I never asked for access.
Okay. In the efforts of having a transparent government and restoring faith within our country, do you believe that the American people deserve access to those topics?
I do. Subject to any national security implications, I think the information should be made available. I think that's been ordered, or at least I read that it had been ordered.
And we're going to kind of wrap it up. I don't want to go much longer because they just basically ask about different names and stuff. Go watch it. I'll post the link down below. You guys can watch the whole thing. It's 4 hours. But yeah, my whole thought and theory is, do I think she may have allegedly lied under oath? Yes, I do. I think that Hillary Clinton may have allegedly lied under oath. Now, tomorrow we're going to watch Bill Clinton and see how he does. So anyway, don't forget to like, share, comment, and subscribe. And I'll see you all tomorrow. Love you guys.